Good afternoon to everyone. Good morning, good evening, or even good night to some of you. Let's start this summary meeting, and I'm really excited and proud to actually be a host of today's meeting. Today's team of speakers is going to be fabulous. They are top actors of our company. And today you will learn unbelievable and incredible news and everything that happened to us in June. If you don't know me, first of all, a few words about myself. I am the member of the Leadership Council. I am a vice president under the affiliate program of New Consumer Community, a certified master profi coach, genius of finance host, member of the Generals of the Worlds for Peace Association. And in addition to this, I am a speaker and a private investor. Why I'm so excited to be a part of this company, of our company? Look, I became an entrepreneur when I was very young. And like all the guys, when they dream to become better, to be better, and all the young believe that they know this life better than anyone else. But the life actually sometimes smashes you and teach you some lessons, and you need these lessons to gain more experience. And therefore, dear friends, today I am almost 60, out of which 20 years is my experience is in business. And for over 20 years, I've been in this business. I've been in the business of communicating with people. I tell them about the ways to change their life. 3 years ago, I was introduced to this project and could assure you that my life changed. I would say this way, I didn't become too rich, but I became happier. My mindset has changed. And thanks to those people I met as well, the people who managed to share their insights, their experience with me. I got to know people from around the world, and you are now here. I'm speaking in front of you, and can you imagine how excited I am to be here in front of you? And it happened only 3 years after my work in the company. I became the speaker, the international speaker. And the people who actually listen to me, you represent different religions, different nations, different languages. But what unites us? This is the ideology, the philosophy of our company, which aims to evolve this world. And my wish, my desire is the following. Please follow the evolutionary process our company promotes. And we are short of our years on this earth. But as you can see, we've done a lot over this short period of time. And today, we will actually open up a bit some curtains of what to expect from the future, because believe me, summertime is the best time for changes. And right now, we are going to discuss the month of July, because only after reading the agenda for today's summary meeting, and then I will introduce to you our next speaker. But First of all, let's discuss our agenda. First of all, we will discuss what happened in June, then ethics department updates. Then I will share the updated data on the Genius of Finance project, blockchain updates. We'll tell you a bit about an amazing project called YouGain. And we will discuss the stage of the development of our back office. The financial report will be presented for June. And for those of you who attend such a meeting for the first time, very briefly, we will introduce you to who we are, what we are doing. We have an invited guest, a special guest. Then we will show the people's project of the 21st century in the third millennium. And in the end, there is the questions and answer session, at which we will do our best to answer all the questions that you are concerned about. I am not going to steal your time because this webinar is really worthy and valuable, and you will be shocked by all the news we are going to share with you. And therefore, without further delay, I hand over to our first speaker. 2 words about her. I met this lady, Mila Serdyukova, in 2018. When I was introduced to her, I thought she is a small girl of 18 or 20 years of age maximum. But I could not even imagine that she works day and night and she has such an important position in the company. But believe me, this is a person who knows her value. She knows how to do brilliantly her job. And over these 2 years, I can assure you that she is not awesome. She is super awesome. She is a professional in what she does. She is so smart and intelligent. I don't know which words to use to describe this. And therefore, I'd like to tell you, Mila, you are the most reliable person ever. I would use this adjective if I'm asked to describe my association with you. I hand over to you, Mila Serdyukova. Please welcome. Thank you, Emanuele. Thanks a lot for this introduction. I'm really excited to hear everything you said. Guys, this is the sound check from 1 to 10. Please give me the indication of how well you can hear and see me. I see your 10s. Great. Thank you. Super. I'm really excited to welcome all of you at this meeting. We have so much planned for you, so many prizes, surprises, and news. But before we start, I'd like to introduce myself, particularly to those who attend this webinar for the first time. By the way, please put 1 in the chat box if this is your first webinar you attend. Okay, I see them. My greetings to all our newbies, novices. Very pleased to welcome you all. I've been in this company for 5 years, developing the business, developing the network. I am a private investor, and over the 5 years, I am confident in seeing the active growth of the company. And by the way, at this summary meeting, which takes place once a month, I encourage everyone, the newbies, the leaders in particular, to have 2 things nearby. What are they? Can you guess? Actually, 3 things nearby. What are they? Can you guess in the chat boxes? Yes, you are right. The first one is paper. The second one is a pen. The third is good moods, being positive, having positive mindset, because you are to be in positive moods at the webinars where we share some news. And why you need paper and pen? Because, and be prepared that the summary meeting will take place for another 2-3 hours. So please take notes, particularly very significant strategic things when we talk about the turnover, the volumes, the figures, the performance of the company. Please take note of this, and when you share this or use it in your presentations, you will accurate information. Therefore, please be focused and devote your time to another 3 hours of productive work. So take some pen, paper, and a calculator. Are you ready? Please put a plus if you are fully ready for the summary marathon, full of news, top speakers of our company. Super. With no further delays, let's move on. In June, there were a lot of different events, and I have such a feeling the more the company develops, the more events we have, not once a month, not once a week, but actually every day. In June, there were days when on one day there was so much news, some changing, some promotions were launched, and etc. And it was even difficult to imagine and arrange everything and what we could do with all our partners and leaders to be excited. And I'd like to congratulate you all on this. In June, we witnessed a lot of events that has a strategic impact on the growth of the company. Next slide, please. The 1st of June, as you know, we launched a promotion, 350 CIU points for new users as a gift. My congratulations to all newcomers who in June received these CRU points, CIU points. We had 5,034 newly registered partners who received 1,761,900 free CIUs. Simply, can you believe in these figures? And you know the internal price is 20 cents. And imagine which price we will have in 1 year, in 2 years, in 7, 10 years. So it's a fortune. And I don't know any other company that actually monthly provides such gifts. A newcomer is a person who hasn't made a purchase yet or develops his business. This is a person who is interested in the company, and for his interest, for becoming a part of the company, we paid out these bonuses to our network. My congratulations. This is an incredible figure, 1,761,000 in June. Let's move on. The next slide. On the 1st of June, we actually launched new CIU exchange between participants. Please give me an indication by your pluses if you already benefited from this new exchange. And put 1 if this new exchange, you like it, or put 2 if you don't, you still have some challenges with this, some troubles with this new exchange system. Okay, great. I see that mostly you are fine, but there are those with some twos. It's not a challenge at all. You are to read the conditions of the internal exchange, and I myself made some exchange transactions and they were all successful. So the exchange is functional. On the 1st of June, we started to exchange in lots. 1 application equals to 1 lot. And when you go to your back office, there you can find the news on the use of the internal exchange. It has been translated into all the relevant languages, and you can find these guidelines in your screens. My congratulations, because it simplified the external exchange after the update of this version, and it is one of the few versions, because originally we had version 1.1.02. Now it's 0.1, now it's 0.2, and every time there will be some revision, some updates, and these updates are because of us willing to make it user-friendly for our users to understand better how it operates. It's not the last version of this internal exchange, the second one, but this version is much more functional and working. In case your replication is rejected and you could not use, quite probably the validity of application has expired, but I see a lot of ones. It means that most of you benefited from it. Let's move on. In June, starting from the 2nd of June, quite probably you've seen it, and our Italian partners discussed this. We made a society or community, Vivid Emotions, in support of the new economic evolution of the world. And my thanks and gratitude to our Italian teams, because they are full of new ideas, of new projects inside the company. Whereas, by the way, all the other countries, please catch up, be agile and proactive. You can bring a new idea to the company. In your back office, there is a button whereby you can share your project, your idea with the company, and upon their request, this is a functional and operational project, and it is headed by our partner Francesca Canoni. And in case you have some friends or partners who'd like to benefit from his assistance and support and join this community, please write down directly by following these details in the Messenger, WhatsApp, Telegram. So there you can discuss how you can be useful, or in case you have any person you know, then Francesco is at your disposal. Let's move on. On the 5th of June, this is a good picture of an excited guy. And look, I believe that many partners did not even realize what happened. Let's read together this slide. In March 2020, we launched a testnet version of blockchain. We discuss it at the webinars. We are designing our own blockchain. We started to do it. We have a professional team of IT guys who actually designed this project. Please put a plus if you remember that about 3 months ago, we announced the first time that this is our plan. And I don't know, guys, whether you know it or not, but I have such a feeling that you don't actually realize it, that we migrated to the blockchain, and you can at your trainings actually announce this openly, that we have our own blockchain. My congratulations. Please use this in your trainings. Use this when you present the crypto unit program. Use this super news, because we are not at someone else's blockchain. Now we migrated to our own blockchain. And my gratitude to Maria Antonenko and her team, who worked day and night to launch. In late May, June, we announced this. So my congratulations from 1 to 10, dear friends, to make our session interactive, whether you are excited about this news and whether you understand that finally we have migrated to our own blockchain. Someone wrote down mega super. And here, this is a picture, a screenshot of our blockchain. You can enter, and in the slides, there will be URL page, and in the back offices, you can find these links. Please go there, click the buttons, You can see the process of registration of new wallets. It's all operational and functional. It's live with ongoing changes, and it has been set up for the needs of our company. Let's move on. Now, let's talk about the bonuses, the rewards. This topic is my favorite because I like when actually every month, I stress this, and in a stable way, the company pays bonuses to our loyal partners. Loyal is stressed. Do you remember when we launched CIU program last year? We said that we would like our partners, our clients, our users to always get different streams of income. If you know, by the way, there is a question, do you know which rule of the private investor it is to have different streams of income? Who is our good performers? So what rule is it to multiply, to expand your streams of income? Someone wrote down 5 commandments. Rule number 6, rule number 4, rule number 5. Someone wrote down diversification. Always try to earn more. Yes, that's right. From the perspective of a professional investor, when we launched Crypto Unit program, one of the benefits was to create multiple streams of income. Never rely on only one source of income. It's actually dangerous. If you are an employee or you are self-employed or a businessman, it's always unsecure. An investor is the one that multiplies his streams of income. And therefore, when we launched Crypto Unit, we generated an idea to generate some additional streams of income for loyal people, for those loyal to the company. And this loyalty helps us to grow so fast because of our loyal partners who at the same time develop this business. In this short run, we managed to become so successful. Therefore, loyalty program applies to those loyal to the company in the form of monthly payments. So the accrual coefficient per CIU, it was actually accrued on the 6th of June with the coefficient of 0.000400146. You can see it in this slide. So under the loyalty program, though, this 10% is distributed among all the registered partners. But I'd like to remind you, next slide, please, that we introduced another additional loyalty program for members of the VIP club. And here there was a big surprise. I believe that members of the VIP club, you noticed this, you felt it. And when I opened my back office on the 10th of June, I was excited that instead of one amount, I was accrued 5 times higher. It was a surprise. It was excitement, by the way.
Why 5 times higher? Well, originally we said that the loyalty program for the VIP club will also be 10%. Then we decided to award all those people who joined the VIP club. By the way, among our old-timers, who received the increased coefficient of loyalty bonus in June for being a VIP club member? Give me a plus in the chat. Okay, great. And this is one of the features, one of the bonuses the VIP club offers. And that's why we created it, so that people could join and could receive, our businessmen, our partners, our agent could receive even more You know, there is this energy law. The more you give, the more you receive. Therefore, in June, the top management and the presidential council agreed to increase the loyalty program bonus, and we paid 50% of the money collected from the subscription fees. So that money was given back to the partners, back to the network. 193,650 units have been paid. So my congratulations to you. The company never ceases to surprise us, you know, to make those pleasant gifts. And I don't think we had a single month where we didn't have any surprises or something new, some new features. Yes, the company keeps on surprising us. So my congratulations to all of you guys on the increased loyalty program bonus if you're a VIP Club member. And if you are not a VIP Club member yet for any reason, please correct that. Join us in July, and there will be more surprises in store for you, more sources of income, more exclusivity. In July, we prepared something grandiose for you. Let's move on to the next slide. The marathon. What's marathon? In our company, we have lots of different trainers, like investment focused trainings in the Academy of a Private Investor, but also we have business oriented trainings. And the business trainings are intended for people who would like to build their business. People who do not simply want to be academy students, want to study finance and investing, but also people who would like to earn here and now. Do we have here today people who would like to earn here and now? Give me a plus in the chat if we have such people. Great. And now, give me a 2 in the chat if you are already a marathon runner. The marathon was the most long awaited and the lengthiest course that we ever had. It will last for 8 months. And based on my coaching experience, who held lots of trainings in our company, and I'm saying our company for a reason because it is our joint company, I can tell you that the marathon is the most powerful training ever. And we already can observe results among people who participate in our marathon. In YouTube, we have a special tab with the feedback from the marathon participants. We have a group in Facebook, Telegram, VK, the Russian social media. It's a very cool training. And if for some reason you are not a marathon participant, don't worry. Very soon we will have new trainings and you will be able to receive the recordings of the marathon included in one of our future EIPs. At the moment, the marathon is the most powerful training in personal development, in business development, and investing. And on the slide, you can see our top 10 participants of May who showed the best performance, the best attendance, everything the best. So you know what's the difference between a long race and a marathon or a sprint and a marathon? A sprint is a short distance, like 400 meters or a quarter of a mile, and that's it. While a marathon is something lengthier, it's a long distance where not only on your speed, but also your endurance is put to test. And it is a test of your personality, of your leadership skills, of whether you picked a good team to finish the finish line with. So I would like to thank all of the marathon runners who month to month do their homework, attend all the sessions. They achieve their own victories every week or every month. And I would like to pay special attention to our top 10 marathon participants who showed the best results in terms of engagement, attendance, and homework. So let's start from the 10th place. It's Mhanderi Mahlaba, then Lucy Lush, Ellen Koster, Astrid Kuij, Spasov Evgeny, Nancy Kisters, Sophie Messen, Evdokia Kodrianu, Botdavujak, and the top place is Sarumbam Sanayama. And I would like to express my special gratitude to Ellen Coster. Well, in May, she ranked 8th, but she's not been in the top 10 for the third month in a row. She also brought her entire structure, or not entire, her structure into the marathon leaders as well. 3 of her partners are also in today's top 10. So she has the best result in terms of building her structure. Ellen, I'm so proud of you, and I'm so glad that you grew so fast in our company. It's so pleasant and satisfying to see when our leaders are so very much mobilized and start building their business with their team. And eventually, the business and what we're trying to bring about into this world, the new economic evolution of the world, cannot be built alone. It's this ideology, this mission belongs to everyone, to every people on this, every person in this planet. Therefore, you need to participate and work with your team. And Ellen showed incredible performance. I know her personally. She never gives up. She always goes until the very end. She's persistent. And this is a very cool trait, to be persistent for a leader. She knows her direction. Despite all these stories she had in her life, if you have a chance, please talk to her. And that person, despite all the difficulties, the slings and arrows, of life, she still stood up and took the new peak, the new mountain. Now let's move on. The next topic is data mining. Okay, as you know, at this webinar, we are being translated into 12 languages. And sometimes, because of technical issues, we might have some overlapping of languages here. But guys, just imagine 12 language groups. So if you want me to speak slower, guys, just give me a sign. At first, it was only Russian, then Russian and English, and now we have 12 different languages. This is really cool. Okay, I've strayed. Now, guys, give me a 1 in the chat if you know or heard what data mining was. Or give me a 2 if you are hearing it for the first time. Okay, I see that some of you, it's like a combination of really weird words like data plus mining, digital doubles. What the heck is that? Of course, but most of you know it, of course. Oh, let me be brief here then. Data mining is a new project, new area that is going to be launched in a matter of couple of days. And I will tell you the exact date a couple of slides later. So put it down somewhere and underline it, mark it with red. I have it marked with red in my calendar every day. I wake up and I see that we are 1 day closer to that D-Day. Data mining is a very cool instrument, especially for novices. On the one hand, for the newcomers, and on the other hand, for the leaders who are ready to make that push, but there is something missing. They lack something. Maybe they don't have enough presentations. Maybe they don't have enough people to talk to. Come on. Data mining solves lots of problems. Data mining is intended for our users to be able to use their social accounts, social media accounts, and add new people there. If you have newcomers, or if you are a newcomer who are shy and who don't know how to establish a contact, a relationship with people, don't know where to take those contacts from, don't know how to start the conversation, how to break the ice, And so we have some overlapping from other language groups. So data mining is an instrument that will help you solve this and many other problems. It's like an extra layer to your social media account. For now, it will be LinkedIn, where you can add people to your friend list. At the moment, I'm a member of the test group. We have now more than 20 people who tried and tested data mining. We added data mining to our LinkedIn account, and the results were incredible. From day one, I immediately saw the statistics, how many people are started being added to my account. It's a instrument that will help us achieve our goal to have 15% of the global population in our company, and it's a very good business development tool. So imagine that you won't have to look for clients, you won't have to look for people. People will be added to your friend list themselves, and they will start the conversation themselves. Everything you need to do is to direct them to your own webinar, on the webinar of your leader. So go and see what language group you belong to or they belong to, and invite that person to that particular webinar. So by doing it, we increase the number of registration, we increase the conversion, and we increase the company turnover. And we, as co-owners, earn from that. And the loyalty program also will increase because the company turnover increases. And as you know, the bigger the turnover, the sales volume, the more we invest and the more we pay to our partners. So you see how it is all interrelated, interconnected, and the data mining instrument will give us huge growth. That's why we started working with Alex Neymark's team, IT team, and people who for the last 2 weeks have been conducting non-stop webinars in Russian, in Hindi, in Spanish, Italian, French, practically in all language groups. All people in all our working languages heard what data mining is or was. And as soon as the data mining is connected and you have new friends in your social media accounts, the next product will be digital doubles. But this is the next step. A digital double is a digital product that will kind of clone your behavior. That's why it's called a digital double. So you will have a digital copy of yourself with your mannerisms, with your style of speaking to people. So this digital double will copy your individuality, and it will be a second product. We will launch it as the second step. At first, we launch data mining. We collect the database. You will be able to work with people that you mine, to invite them to the webinar, to build webinars, to build business, to build our new economic evolution of the world. And the next step will be the digital doubles. When we already connect to our database, digital doubles that will follow certain algorithms, certain scripts. They will be able even to close the deals. Their algorithm will ensure your exponential growth, the growth of your business, of our company's business. It will increase the sales volume. And this third product that we're going to launch by the end of this year is a smart marketplace. It's about additional monetization of both your friends that you mined and everything that digital doubles did. So dear friends, if you're not yet sure what data mining is, go and look at the channel. And I'm gonna tell you what the date is. before I do it, when do you think we will have the launch of the first project, which is data mining, and we'll see who listened attentively and who just listened? Great job. Well done. So the data mining will be launched on the 15th of July. Today is the 4th of July. Congratulations, guys, for whom it matters. And now you can cross out the dates in your calendar until the 15th of July. And now we're working on the integration into our back offices. We'll have all the links set up. Everything is being tuned and adjusted, and we will have everything ready in the next few weeks, the landing pages. So everything for you to be able to use that instrument to be able to grow to increase your business. Because we are active leaders after all here. We're building our business. That's why I asked you who wanted not only to be financially literate and be part of the global portfolio, but who wanted also to earn here and now. And if we have such people, data mining is the product that will help you have a quick start in our business, that will help you have lots of friends. And I don't think we have a single person in the world who would say, I'm not interested in education. I'm not interested in global portfolio. Everyone today has ideas and the desire to become better. So please make use of it. Of the digital doubles, which is to be launched on the 15th of July. And it is a product for the VIP Club members. And if you're not a VIP Club member yet, register, activate your subscription, and you will get this product. In the future, we will have digital doubles and the marketplace. It is planned for this year. And as for the nearest date to remember is the 15th of July, data mining. Now, give me a score from 1 to 10, with the 10 being yes, I would like to test the digital double. 1, you don't want to do it, and 5, you're still on the fence. You haven't yet decided. Now I want to warn you right away. I have lots of 10s. I can see lots of 10s. This is a limited issue product. Since it's a new tool, new instrument, we are not going to implement it across our entire 1 million base, because at the moment we have 1.4 million registered users. It doesn't mean that all of the 1.4 million registered users will get access to this instrument. And if you want to be one of the first to make use of this cool tool to develop your business, activate your VIP Club subscription before the 15th of July, and then on the 15th of July, activate the data mining and be one of the first to become our new presidents, to become our new leaders who will earn monthly checks as high as you want them to be. And again, working with this company for 5 years, friends, we have so big a number of success stories and people who achieve their financial freedom. It's incredible. They don't miss out on this opportunity. This product will be launched only once, a limited issue. Do not miss out on this opportunity. This is a chance, once in a lifetime chance. You always be the first. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Next slide, please. Very important information. Yes, this one. As I said before, we are at a very important point where, on the one hand, we still do a lot of work inside the company. On the other hand, we share this with you and sometimes risk, as the information we share with you is provided for your personal use only. But when we see that in the chats, in the social networks, you use this information by manipulating it, dear friends, you do not actually let yourself down, because when you provide some fake news, sooner or later it will be detected, because this is one of the laws of our universe. So there is this boomerang or karma law. It will come back to you. You do not only damage yourselves and harm yourselves, but unfortunately, you can harm the company. This time is really important. And as you know, quite soon, in a short run, we plan to enter the exchange stock market. We expect the CIU to be outside our company. Therefore, it's really significant today to share only accurate information, which you can share, and most importantly, how you can do it. You are not allowed to use some incorrect figures, some manipulations. You may not make any comparisons. You may not say at your presentations something which may harm the company, its reputation. This way, you actually harm the company and you betray the whole project. So far, we have submitted the relevant documents for the crypto unit to be accepted by state regulators, and within the next month we will be overseen very stringently. And therefore, guys, be careful in what you are posting. The ethics department is working 24/7. We have a lot of leaders, including myself, and I feel responsible for this business, for my company, for our company. And I track myself, and leaders track what is happening in social networks. If you see someone is sharing inaccurate information, please inform the help desk, the ethics department. So let's treat this business with respect. I encourage and ask all of you. We have very big dreams and goals, and we help a lot of people on this universe. Let's pressure what we have, and actually let make sure that this company will operate for another hundreds of years at least. So therefore, please be very careful. Give me 10 if you understand what I'm asking you and will treat this information seriously. We may not allow ourselves to share some inaccurate information and data. We are all responsible, and we don't want to see any impediments to the implementation of our projects. Therefore, as responsible partners, leaders, businessmen, let's protect the information which is shared about the company. Thank you a lot. Next slide, please. Well, Golden Friday. Please put a plus if you participated in this Golden Friday. Please give me a plus, and give me 2 pluses if you not alone participated in it, but you helped someone from your team to take benefit of this Golden Friday. Great. Golden Friday is one day in a month, parade of serious discounts. That's really so. When we select one day in a month, and on this day we offer good discounts for all our EIPs. On the 22nd of June, we had one Golden Friday in June, and the turnover of the company was 2.3 million in 24 hours. My congratulations. Should we have the Golden Friday every day, then we would reach hundreds of millions of US dollars a month. This is our goal. Let's actually progress forward. we'd like to hit new records. Every month, we want to grow in volumes, in registrations, in sales. And can you imagine 2.3 million in 24 hours? There are some other marketing companies or investment companies. They cannot do these sales. And they can do these sales in a year, but we succeeded to do it in 1 day only. And my congratulations to all of you. By the way, all those who under the loyalty program received their bonus as part of this turnover, and we see this exponential growth. And my congratulations on these amazing results of the Golden Friday. Let's move on. Next slide, please. Maybe you've seen the news. On the 26th of June, we published the news, the updated license for API. In your back offices, you have licenses translated into Russian and English. You are free to use this information at your webinars, presentations. When you discuss something with your partners, you can show these licenses, and this is the license which certifies that we have the right to be engaged in education business, and we can award an advanced training certificate, and there are some occupations indicated. And actually, we'd like to set up our own system of certification for the multi-level crowd investing manager. And we've announced this so many times. And the next step is to train investment consultants and investment managers that grow themselves and help others to grow. And we are in the process, and this is another area of business of the Academy, the training courses for the certified investment consultants and investment managers. Therefore, guys, if you are interested in education and training, you'd like to develop in the Academy of Private Investor, then you are to enroll to these courses of investment consultants and investment managers, be promoted inside the company, and this is the occupation which is highly demanded. Do you remember 1 year ago, we actually discussed it, that the time would come when the multi-level crowd investing investment consultants, they are those occupations to be most demanded in the labor market. And look what is happening in 2020. Because of the pandemic, the market actually turned upside down. What used to be white is now black. A lot of occupations were actually stopped. Many people were fired, and a lot of people, they invest in their education, and the people in our company, the revenues, so your revenues are increasing because this is an occupation which already today is one of the most desirable, which secures your revenues and income today and tomorrow. It gives you a chance to develop with no limits. Stay at home and work for yourself, be your own boss and help the people. We implement so many projects, guys. They are very diverse. And actually yesterday, it was the most demanded occupation. And therefore, we'd like to see you all, particularly our newcomers, that you are actively involved in education business, because education and training is your largest asset. You may lose your business, your investments, but in case you have some valuable knowledge, it will be with you forever. You will use it again and again. You will be intelligent, well educated, and you will have the most valuable asset, that is your knowledge and skills. Please give me a plus if you share, if you agree with me that today's economy, with all these challenges this world faces, the value of knowledge is a must. And knowledge will help you no matter whether you live, which country you live, your age, your skills. So the knowledge is the straw that will keep you floating and will never let you drown. So in case you use this knowledge for the benefit of the company, like our company, where we develop quickly and we can apply this knowledge in practice. Let's move on. So there are some other pieces of news. So explanations or clarification on the express bonus promotion. Here I address to the leaders who participated in express promotion because there was misunderstanding of how promotion operates, particularly in the first line. In our company, there is the marketing plan, which we call the career growth plan. And by the way, when you cooperate with our company, you grow your business internationally and you can become a president of our company. So far, we have over 70 presidents. If you compare our company with Apple or Amazon, there is only one executive director and 5 country directors, whereas in our company, we have over 70 presidents. Therefore, those who develop the business, please pay attention to the express bonus for qualification promotion. And the first rank is an agent, the first step. And this is a condition if you are a newcomer and you add people to your first downline, you get an additional bonus. But if you are an old-timer, then your partner should increase his qualification first. Therefore, please pay attention to this. In the back office, you will find all the clarifications. Next slide, please. We also updated YouTube channels. At present, they are available in 5 languages: Russian, German, English, Italian, and Spanish. You may use this as well for yourselves by getting training, by getting some trainings and presentations in different languages. But moreover, you can invite your potentials, your partners, particularly if you develop your business internationally and you have structures in different countries, you can always refer them to the webinars on YouTube in different languages. If your native language is Russian, then your Italian or English speaking partners could be referred to either English-speaking or Italian-speaking YouTube for them to get detailed information about the project. And these channels are continuously updated. And maybe you've noticed that in each channel, you can see a flag, the national flag, the flag of Russia, or the UK flag, or the US flag. So each channel has its own visualization. And in addition, we also created the channels for Telegram. If you'd like to get information not only from your back office, but live, as soon as the information is published, then add to the channels of Telegram. They have no limits and they are split into different languages. Select your language or invite your partners to another language for them to learn the latest information. My thanks to the information department help desk for the setup of these channels, as it simplifies the work of our leaders. Let's move on. Another few slides from myself, and then I will hand over to other leaders of different departments to speak up. Another piece of news, starting from the 1st to the 14th of July, there will be a surprise for those who are newcomers and old-timers. If you activate your VIP club membership from the 1st to the 14th July inclusive, you will get as a bonus 350 CRU points. And guys, as I said, to date, these bonuses may seem quite a small amount, only 350, but I do encourage you to think, to have a larger scale perception. If you study the histories of such companies as Amazon, Apple, Google, Alibaba, any other company that enjoys huge community of partners, then you will see that even small figures become a real fortune in another 10-15 years. This amount may seem too small for you because you don't see the prospects. You don't understand the capitalization rate of our company, of our portfolio. But guys, I can assure you that these 350 CRU points in the short run will pay back dozens times. But what happens in 3, 5, 10 years, it will be for you and your family a fortune. Therefore, please activate the subscription. You will get much more, and through activation of your membership in the VIP club, you will access the data mining product. And this is the reason we give only 2 weeks from the 1st to the 14th of July. On the 15th of July, we launch data mining. And in case you purchase this membership, within this period, you will get this product as a privileged member of our company. It will be available only for the members of the VIP club. Let's move on. As you know, we also launched corporate webinars and trainings. I'd like to remind you that every Tuesday and Thursday, we make presentations about the company and training. On Tuesdays, this is a company presentation and financial training, whereas on Thursday, again, another presentation and a business training. So here you can invite and take part in these trainings both on Tuesday and Thursday, and invite your potentials, your partners. They are corporate. What does it mean? It means that the information shared is accurate and it is presented by high quality speakers, by our top leaders, by those people who are actually in the top of our companies. Therefore, if you are still a newcomer and you have partners in other language groups you don't know, then please check the schedule in your back office. There is a list of countries and the languages that make these presentations every week. And these presentations are run in English, in Bulgarian, Latvian, Dutch, German, Russian, Vietnamese, Spanish, Colombian, French, and Hindi. And therefore, you can refer your partners or attend them on your own. They are run on Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday, investment mindset. We introduce you to the rules of private investor. We tell you why knowledge is meaningful and important today. And on Thursday, we talk to the people who'd like to become speakers, make money here and today, who'd like to become active leaders, who'd like to develop and grow a global business today. So then your time is Thursday. When I only joined the company, I initially attended all the webinars, then I started to arrange myself all the possible webinars, and it helped me grow faster. When you understand the goals and objective of the companies, why we do something, then it's much easier to yourselves to actually develop in this company. Those projects being implemented today, no other company in the globe offers them. A lot of projects are very unique. They are like some rare cases that have been copied by some network companies, investment companies, but through some projects, there are those companies doing their IPO. What we did, we accumulated good practices, we improved different entry points for you to have more and more users, for everyone to have an opportunity to develop not only in one direction but in different directions. And as you know, we are expecting a lot of changes. We are cooperating with professional teams, and in another few months you will not recognize how the development, so recognize the company. Today, Valentin will update you about our financial performance, but look, the financial growth rate I see today in our company, no other company can enjoy this. And I believe my speech encouraged you a bit and make you excited, and you are excited about all this news. But because of one reason, as I warned you before, every day we have some news in the company, a lot of different projects being implemented. At this stage, I'd like to hand over Emanuele. And thanks a lot for spending 1 hour with me. Hopefully my information was useful. Let's actually be tuned actually to the forthcoming work. This is only the tip of the iceberg, whereas the most delicious things, you are to expect them in the near future. Bye-bye to all of you.
Thank you very much, Mila. As you can see, the first part just flew by. And as I told you in the beginning, today we have a very special day. And that's why we started with the very important news. So in order not to lose time, because we have no time to lose, I would like to introduce to you our next speaker, who will tell us about very, very important news. She's a professional. She's like a solid person. And she's a very important person at that in our company. And now I would like, without further ado, to give the floor to this wonderful lady. Her name is Tatiana Zhuravleva. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. She's an incredible professional, a great person who will provide you the information that will catch your breath, that will stop your breath, actually. Okay. Good afternoon, dear friends. This is Soundcheck. Give me some feedback whether you can hear me or not. And I would like to introduce myself. I've been managing two products, the online and the tabletop version of Genius of Finance game since April. So what I wanted to tell you is that we've been hearing about the results, the outcome of the implementation of that project for 3 months now. And I saw too that we have lots of newcomers in our chats. And I would like to tell you in few words what Genius of Finance is and why we decided to update the version that we had before. Now let's move on to the next slide and let's discuss the Genius of Finance game. Okay. So what I wanted to tell you is that 3 years ago, the training was authored by Andrei and Kianovskaya. And this training could be attended only by and held only by the certified specialists, which imposed certain limitations on the dissemination of the training itself. Despite the fact that we held lots of tournaments, regional tournaments, international tournaments, we held them every year. We had 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken. And most importantly, this training is an instrument for you, and it helps to submerge newcomers in a game form into the essence of our community, It helps you also to learn the 8 rules of a private investor and helps you put those rules into practice. And it also helps you simulate your financial life for the horizon of 10, 15 years, and helps you understand whether you have enough knowledge, skills, and experience to get to the financial result that you are dreaming about. And after we introduced this training, we had weekly webinars, and we could see how to place that game. But I'm sure many of you know that it's better to play one time than see other people play it 1,000 times. So we decided to come up with a light version of this game, and that's what we're doing right now. Let's see on the next slide what has been done so far in June. First of all, we conducted immense work on the updating of the design and on establishing the game logo. At first, we didn't have our own logotype, and the game was issued under the logo of the Academy. Now we have our own logo, quite a nice one, I think. Give me your feedback as far as the logo is concerned. Do you like our new Genius of Finance logo? And also, you can see the box, which will be used to package the game. And now we've come very close to ordering the first run of 10,000 copies, 10,000 boxes, which will be sold through our partnership network of the Academy of a Private Investor. And based on your numerous requests, we had a survey online, and we found out in what languages you wanted to receive this game. And let me bring you good news. The game has been translated into 6 languages so far: Russian, of course, English, Italian, Spanish, German, and Hindi. And literally next week, we are going to start translating the game into 4 more languages: Manipuri, Arabic, Vietnamese, French, and I forgot one more. Give me a second. No, I think I've enumerated all of them. So in total, we will have 10 languages for the game. And after our survey, we realized that this will be the number of copies that we're going to issue. We'll have 3,000 copies in Russian, 3,000 copies in English, and the first run of 500 copies for all other languages. Already in July, we plan to start the sales of those games through our partnership network. We will announce how it's going to take place. We decided on the pricing policy, and now we have bought the website domains. It will be called GenFin Game, as on the slide. There will be a website address on the box itself where you can go and check the rules, ask your questions, maybe have some chat with the game creators regarding some of the issues that you're not clear about, if you have them. So on the next slide, let's take a look at the updated design itself. That's how our board game is going to look like. So as far as the pricing is concerned, we have lots of questions from you: how much the game is going to cost, how it is going to be disseminated, etc., etc. In July, the Presidential and Leadership Council will come up with the final price, and we will announce that price to you. At the moment, the Presidential Council and the Leadership Council are considering our marketing proposal. It's as follows. For all the clients of our consumer community, this game will be sold at a retail price of 250 units, 250 units with a weekly discount. As Mila mentioned, the Golden Friday, we will have other discount days, and you will be able to participate in those promotions. We're talking about the clients here. As for the all other partners of the company, you will be able to buy 3 sets of the game for 450 units. So if you do the math, you'll see that one copy will cost you 150 units. As for the VIP Club members, we prepared a unique proposal when you can buy 10 copies of the game for 1,000 units, which means that every game will cost you 100 units. This proposal will be valid only for the VIP Club members, and they can buy that game for their partnership structures. And of course, I told you too that this game is a tool to meet newcomers, novices, and you can disseminate that game among your new partners. There were lots of questions regarding the franchise. And based on the decision of the game creator, the franchise will be available only when we have 500 to 1,000 cities and regions holding their weekly or monthly tournaments. We will find the most active people, and we will try and award the franchise at the city level or at the region level. And since we're going to expand to increase the number of copies of the game, you will be able to saturate the market with our product and see who of your partners will buy this game. But I think very shortly we will have those 500 cities or regions, and we will pick the most active people who will get the franchise eventually. I think this is the most interesting updated news regarding the Genius of Finance based on what we achieved so far in June. And there will be more news to come about July. If you have any additional questions, you can ask them, and then we'll try to address those questions at the end of the webinar in the Q&A section. Hopefully you enjoyed our updated webinar design, and based on our marketers' proposal, we've updated to look more trendy, to more up to date. There was a question from the chat whether the game is going to be translated into Latvian language. Not for now. For now, it's going to be translated into the 10 languages that I mentioned, and then possibly in the future it will be translated into other languages as well. Let's see what kind of updates we have regarding the online version of the Genius of Finance. At our previous webinar, I told you that we've carried out the preparation, and then we developed the terms of at least we developed the preliminary draft of the terms of reference and the user interface as well. And I think that at the next summary or reporting webinar, we will be able to give you a glimpse of our user interface, the animation, the graphics, all the menu buttons. I will surely show you how it's going to look like. During the next 2 months, which is July and August, we will have the development itself. And on the screen, you can see the approved schedule of the project development and implementation, and then we'll move on to the testing of the game. At first, it's gonna be an internal testing, like alpha testing, and then we'll have the beta testing for the users to see how it looks like. Hopefully by October, by our Eventy, we will have the official release, and everyone will be able to download it and play it, and use the web version of our game. This is it as far as the Genius of Finance is concerned, both the classic board game and the online game. And I thank you for your attention, and I would like to give the floor back to Emanuele to continue our webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tatiana. As you can see, we have one news chasing another, and all of them more stunning than the previous one. Because the news are is really incredible, and it's very difficult to pick the most shocking one. They are all positively shocking. And now I would like to change the topic, as I say, and now for something completely different. And I would like to move on to one important thing. Now, please switch the slides, and you will see our next speaker. Yeah. This is an incredible pleasure and honor for me to introduce the next speaker. I have worked with her for every day for the last 2 years, and I'm so glad she became the chairperson of the Ethics Department Council. This is a very, very important position, and you know that the ethics department has pivotal importance for our department to get the desired results. And if we had to pick someone, I don't think we would be able to pick anyone better than Marfuga Amirjanova, because she is incredible. Everything she touches turns into gold, like a real treasure. And we can rest assured that she will address all of the burning issues. I don't want to steal her thunder anymore, and let her give you all the news that is related to our ethics department. Listen to her very carefully. Thank you very much, Emanuele. I must tell you that Emanuele is not just my friend, he's my sponsor as well, my upline. He's a role model for me, a person I've been working with for the last 2 years. And I'm so honored that it was Emanuele who introduced me today. Well, before we start, I would like, as usual, to do the sound check here. Give me a score from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest quality possible. Okay, great. I see lots of 10s. And hello again, and I'm very glad to be here with you today. First of all, I would like to introduce myself, and my name is Marfuga, and I've become the chairperson of the ethics department quite recently. We first created the ethics department itself, and I started working in that department. It was already a big honor and big responsibility for me to be included in that ethics department. And of course, I'm so pleased that I was charged with such a important mission. I will do my best to contribute to the development of our company. And as you understand, the most important thing for our company is to have to work in a friendly environment and to work as a team. Because the development of any company, and our company is no exception here, depends on the work team. We have so many plans, so many goals. We are like a small child, a toddler that barely able to walk. And as the crypto unit is a little bit more than 1 year old, it is still very important for us to build our community on trust, on open, sincere relations between all of our partners and investors. So, and based on the ethics code that every company has, and our company included, the purpose of our ethics department is to maintain the high corporate ethics standards, which will allow you to maintain and preserve the image of our company. Someone tells me that I haven't put up the video, and I think I did. Can we? Because I keep receiving messages for me to turn on my camera. It definitely it's not Marfuga's problem here then. Okay. So as I was saying, it is pivotal for us to maintain the highest corporate ethics standards, because without trust-based relations between partners, it is impossible to build a huge company. Just imagine, we are almost 1.5 million people, and we want to have at least 10 million by the end of the year and 1.5 billion in several years. So, and of course, we need to maintain the highest image and reputation possible. And for that reason, our ethics department committee was established. And then inside the ethics department, we decided to create an ethics council as well, because lots of different feedbacks and complaints and cases have been submitted to our department, and we needed to figure out why the problem appeared, who is to blame, maybe no one's to blame, maybe it was misunderstanding, etc. So we needed our department to really look into every letter that we receive, no matter from whom or what case. So we did have our investigations of all the cases, and then we brought our conclusions, opinions to the consideration of the Presidential Council, especially if we're talking about some serious infractions. That's where the Presidential Council was involved, because, you know, the Presidential Council is our highest authority, is the top management structure in our company, and that's where all the serious issues were brought to that came to our ethics department. And at the moment, of course, we still have the task of the ethics department, which is to look or investigate all of the cases, because we are a one big family, friendly family. But nevertheless, some people, even in the most friendly family, can say, look, could you please help me? Someone, I don't know, broke my chair or took my chair and they gave me a small one. It's a primitive example, but, you know, nevertheless, it helps you understand that, like, small arguments are inevitable. And our objective is to maintain friendly relations and to maintain trust-based relations. And as you understand, this is a huge responsibility for all of us, because we are the pioneers. There are no companies like this in the world. Relations or the unification of such a big number of companies. I think it's the United Nations is the only thing we can compare to, but very soon we will catch up with the United Nations and will overtake them as well, you know, in terms of countries and participants. We are building a new planet Earth, or new life on planet Earth. And we're trying to help everyone have a decent life, not survive, not to keep worrying about the tomorrow, but be, you know, calm, not to worry about your kids, your family, your future generations. This is why the huge responsibility lies with us as pioneers, who are the first to open this frontier, you know, and to change the life for the better, not only our life, but the lives of people who surround us. And this is my call to all of our leaders. Please mainstream all of your partners and introduce them to our corporate ethics. And, you know, teach them, tell them that our company is based on kind, warm, and friendly relations. And you might know that since I was appointed the chairperson or the manager of the Ethics Department Council, which is part of the department itself. So the Ethics Department is like our upper structure, you know, it's subordinated to the Presidential Council and Andrei. And now we want to create this sub department, which is the council, which will consist from the leaders from different countries, so that our local leaders from the biggest countries that are part of our company to be able to identify local problems locally, and for people to know where to go to. People would know that they have a representative of the ethics department in their country, in their area, and they go to that leader and ask that leader to settle any disputes they might have. And then most serious cases will be brought up higher to our council. And if our council isn't able to cope with all the decisions, then those decisions, those cases will go even higher to the Presidential Council. Of course, we have the Global Leadership Council as well. It's like we have your district court, then you have the state court, then you have the federal court, and the Presidential Council is the Supreme Court.
We will introduce the recommendations and guidelines on the work of our community by being backed by the Corporate Ethics Code. In case any recommendations are required, we will instruct you how to behave, because you can imagine, in case someone makes a post in a wrong way, and it can actually cause some circumstances that will jeopardize the company, we are to take the measures. And the third thing is to detect and track in all the social networks any breaches, any violations, any posts and publications you may place, to make sure that it is in line with the Corporate Ethics Code, and accordingly, all the decisions to be made, they are to be fully compliant with our ethics code. Dear partners, dear investors, to date, based on the resolution and our ethics code, the decision has been made. Maybe you will see as the lift of the burden, and you will say eventually the decision is taken. Or you may say, wow, I thought it could be still allowed, but we made a decision to avoid any conflicts between the partners and to avoid jeopardizing the reputation of the company. It should be in the next slide. Please change this slide. To avoid the jeopardizing of the image of the company, reputation of the company, and to avoid the risks when we enter the stock exchange. So there is a decision to prohibit cross-lining. So you may not transfer to the second sponsor. You may not actually create your second account or headhunt partners from other structures. In this case, imagine we are in one friendly family. It seems like from a different plate you steal a piece of meat, but to be exact in my comparison, we haven't built yet, we are building a house. It will be a multi-story building, high-rise building. We are still building the second or the third story. And imagine someone is short of new bricks for the construction of the third floor, and he starts actually stealing these bricks from the base, from the foundation, from the existing and working structures. He steals these bricks and tries to incorporate them into his floor. Do you believe that the company will actually sustain loan in case the foundation is demolished? And this is the reason why we actually made these decisions. Maybe not quite satisfactory for someone, but the decision is made. You are prohibited to cross line and to headhunt and lure away existing partners into your structures, into your network, by using the ground that our structure is more powerful. And in case we detect these cases of the creation of the second account, you may not say that I was signed up without my consent. And actually, it could happen only whenever they use some guns instead of your head. So far, we have put this rule into the company, and you may not actually use this excuse anymore. But we will resolve and investigate every case in case there is a case of illegal re-signing up, and then we will temporarily suspend the operation of your second account until we receive explanations and clarifications from a partner and finding the causes. In case no clarification is provided, then actually the next sanction is that your second account may be blocked. And the second notification, and this goes to the leaders of the company. First of all, I'd like to say this. Those leaders who are consultants today and dream to become a president tomorrow or a vice president tomorrow and like to be a part of the Global Leadership Council or local leadership councils, or like to be our top 10 to become the member of the Presidential Council, then I do remind and notify all of you that the Presidential Council has already taken this decision, that only your results in the first registered account, registered ID, only your first rank there, your status, will be taken into consideration for the council's purposes. In case you have your second account, second ID, and you changed your sponsor and develops your structure there, then in this case you can work, but you are to select whether you are a member of any leadership council, either global or local in your country, or you are to work under your first ID, under your first account, or otherwise you won't be allowed to become a member of this council, and or otherwise you are to be deleted from the membership in the council. Therefore, it's important to report this to all our partners. Imagine, we are one friendly family. Even when you say that my sponsor is not a good one, you can contact a higher level sponsor. If then you can't come to an agreement, it happens, there are some siblings, they do not understand each other. It happens even in large families. Then you are to contact a different sponsor in your country, and I can assure you, if he is not your personal sponsor, our Emanuele Baroni, he receives addresses from around the globe, and he gives no refuses to anyone. His phone is on 24/7, and in case he doesn't speak the language, he uses translators, and he helps everyone irrespective whether this is his structure or not. And he explains this in a simple way. Guys, we grow our plant, our company. This is an orchard, and everyone has his structure. We water our orchard, our plant, our tree, and imagine then all the fruits from this orchard will be brought to the market. And in case I help my neighbor to water his plant, will his plant make the same good, amazing fruits, then it means that the price of these fruits in the market will be higher. Is that right? Yes, it is. These are our fruits. Crypto units are our fruits. This is what we all work for, what we all want to grow up. And we'd like us to get the highest income, our bonus loyalty, our loyalty bonus, our profit bonus. Our orchard is very young, a bit over 1 year. It does not make the fruits as we like it to do, but we have different fruits, apples, peaches, apricots, to suit any taste. And I am saying this because after me, there will be some other speakers presenting all the other fruits and products. We have an amazing, stunning company. Therefore, I encourage all of you, dear leaders, you are to help not only to the people in your structure, but help others. Water the trees of others, because this is our common orchard. These are our common fruits that will actually reap the common income to be disseminated and distributed among everyone, all the others. And therefore, let's make sure that all the fruits that are planted in our orchard, they are all sound, healthy, and beautiful. And for all the structures to reap their fruits, their blossoms. And therefore, I call upon all the leaders, all the partners who value and praise the reputation of our company. Please remember that the ethics department will help you to resolve all your issues, but you, in your turn, make everything to make our company stronger, better, and for everyone to be a part of one friendly family. And in the end, I'd like to wish all of you to have mutually beneficial cooperation to make sure that we all work for the benefit of our company. And our ethics department is thankful to everyone who provides assistance and support in our work. We thank all the partners, investors, and clients. Thanks to all of you for the development of our community from the bottom of my heart. And I can assure you that our ethics department will do its best to be worthy of this high level title, ethics department. And I will do my best to inform you about all the changes and report them to the leaders. And the department, actually, there will be the ethics council as well. And therefore, I'm hopeful that you will support us in the development of our friendly community. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you all. And Emanuele, once again, thank you for your introduction. I'm handing over to you. Thanks, Mara. Thanks for complimenting me and all of us. And I believe that we desperately need this department to have the clarity. And as you see today, when we started our webinar, we have a lot of information, and every news is better than the previous one. And not to dissatisfy you and start providing additional incredible news with you, another personality full of energy. I met her in person about 1 year ago in Minsk, Belarus, at the event. She is a professional in what she's doing. She knows what she'd like to get of this life, and she is doing an amazing job for all of us. And today she will present our core product, which is the key for our mission. I will not steal your time anymore. Therefore, please do not be blind with her beauty. Maria Antonenko, I hand over to you. Thank you very much for this introduction, Emanuele. And my greetings to all of you, dear friends. My name is Maria Antonenko, and this is my second year in the new company, but there are leaders with 5 years experience. But look, I believe we are developing a unique project, and every day we develop more and more. And in the company, I am the head of the blockchain technology department. Next slide, please. Thank you for changing the slide. Last Saturday, I made a separate webinar on our blockchain, the consensus protocol. It operates, types of tokens we have. Therefore, today, in a very abridged form, I will share with you our updates. As you see, the blockchain explorer, that is an explorer for our transactions, for our blocks. And today in blockchain explorer, you can see that we have 800 empty accounts. In case we referred to the back office, to the website of the company, we don't know the exact statistics of this company, how many users, how much money they keep in their wallets, whereas in blockchain, you can see all this stuff. You don't see the last names of the people, but you see that there is over 675,000 accounts or wallets, and over 800 wallets with zero balance. And when we migrated our CRU points to blockchain, we noticed this 800 empty accounts. It means that people haven't been verified. So they were invested to our academy, to the crypto unit program, to get CRU points as a gift, but these people are too lazy to verify. And therefore, we have these entries as zero balance. And it's interesting to notice, to observe whether they will verify in July to get their gift of 350 units or not. If yes, then this number of empty wallets will reduce. So we tested smart contracts on the accrual of dividends in USDU tokens to pay dividends and to accrue tokens for staking. Our programmers, finalized the design of our crypto wallet. They presented the design to Andrei Khavratov, and on Monday or on Tuesday, there is the meeting of the Presidential Council. The design of the crypto wallet will be presented to the Presidential Council, and I've made some feedback. They will make all the corrections and adjustments by Tuesday, but the prototype is ready and could be connected to blockchain. To fill out and complete such a document as white paper, we received from our investment partners, the diamond making company, gold making company in the Urals, and basalt plant in Poland. We received the relevant data and information to complete this document, white paper. Version 1.0 has been finalized and has been submitted to our lawyers in the USA to be registered by the Securities Committee in the US. And we received a lot of questions from you. You promised that the white paper will be ready in June, and this document is still not available at the website. And I will explain why. There were several reasons. First of all, this version 1.0 of white paper. But by the way, blockchain projects continuously adjust and amend this document, but as soon as it was submitted to the SEC and to our lawyers, they actually identified the following. So the unlocking takes place 350 days, but in line with the requirements of the stock market, because our security token is a security. We design this white paper as a prototype for stock issuance as IPO, and they actually made a comment that this unlocking should be 1 year exact, 365 days instead of 360. And you may 350, you may not actually strike it out from the text and replace it with 365. You are to make changes to our smart contracts, because this unlocking has been programmed in our smart contracts, and our programmers will make the relevant changes and amendments to the smart contract. And then there is a question what to do with those tokens released starting from March 2020. We referred this issue to our lawyers, and there is this loophole or some gap we may use. So in case the partners have the package, non-voting package, not 51% package, then the unlocking could be allowed a bit earlier. But for the future, as soon as these documents are publicly available, then they will specify the dates of, so the number of dates, 365. These are those changes to be made to white paper and smart contracts. Another comment made on these documents is that the management team is not presented in detail. We presented in detail there a team of developers responsible for blockchain design, but the SEC is responsible to learn more details about the management team, who will manage the financing. And now we actually are entering into contracts with KYC officers and other officers to include them into this document, white paper, to be fully in line with the recommendations of the Securities Committee. And then we are not going to publish this document in a PDF format or as a text document to avoid copying or publishing, because our project is unique on the internet. There is no other project similar to ours, and we understand that we have a lot of rivals, competitors, and by the way, they are not bona fide rivals. They simply copy what we do, and in case we publish this document in this format, then they could actually benefit from this, and it will cause some bad consequences. I'm not going to identify the names of these companies, and you on your own clearly understand that we are keenly observed by others. And these documents, both in Russian and English, will be presented as a video. As soon as these adjustments are made, we will make a video, and you can watch, read, you can make it, you can pause it, but you won't be able to download and copy this document. This is the decision taken, and hopefully we will be able to save some time ahead of our competitors and enter the stock market. So for them not to chase us. And another piece of news of this month. So we are exchanging crypto units into units in the external exchange, as Mila said, in lots. And before, many partners complained that they are to restart their applications every 24 hours. They stay in front of computers and actually place this and post this application. And they'd like to have an application posted for 1 week, and then you have a rest and wait for your turn. But before, we had a challenge of bots who actually matched all these applications, whereas now, already in July, we noticed some intruders. They are not our partners as a member of our family, but they are those who invented an algorithm of changing the order of applications for them to benefit. And today we detected this algorithm. They are not robots. This is a trick created, invented by some people. I will not nominate these guys in case they have some followers, but I'm really grateful to the users, to our partners who immediately notify us in case they spot some violations, some breaches at the website. And they very promptly respond to us, to our help desk, to our Telegram chats. They are our team of testers, a team of observers. And thanks to their fast response from our partners, we managed to detect this algorithm. And on Monday, our IT department will make changes to the logics of the formation of the applications. And I am hopeful that in another few days, next week, I hope by the 15th of July, inside the back office, CIU back office, there will be a prototype of exchange where we can post our applications, CIU into units, units into CIUs. There will be some diagrams, there will be the market like in any other outside exchange, but only in CIU to units, units to CIUs. And here there is another risk to take into account, that these professional traders may start actually declining the price of the CIU and will post a lot of applications to buy CIU points at 5 cents. And you will see that the set of application is full, and there are a lot of those willing to buy at 5 cents. And there will be those impatient who will sell their CIU at 5 cents. But there will be those who will wait patiently because it's done for the purpose of speculation. It's clear that there are professionals trading in different exchanges, and these professionals are in our internal exchange. Therefore, I encourage you not to trade on the date as soon as this exchange mechanism is on. On the first day, we are to test. We are to get the feedback from our active testers and to see whether everything is functional, whether there are some errors, there are some bugs. But in case a few days after, when we find that the system runs perfectly, then you can post your application and trade on your own. And there are such recommendations called position trade trading, when you have some amount of released CRUs, you can actually post your orders step by test. 20 cents or 25 cents for a part of units, or 30. And then as soon as the market sees a lot of increased applications, then, or orders, then actually the market will go that direction. And this way we on our own can create an increased curve in the market of our internal exchange of CRU, in case we are resistant to this panic, in case the exchange is closed. No, exchange will not be closed. We will improve it through your support and assistance by getting your feedback. Next slide, please.
As for our wallet, there are a lot of people asking and saying that they never dealt with cryptocurrency before. They never opened Bitcoin wallets or Ethereum wallets. They know nothing about it. And they are used to using the phone mobile application like online banking. For example, in Russia, it can be Sberbank application. Even pensioners know how to send money from their online bank to someone else, either using their telephone number or anything else. And our wallet will be resemble the online banking. There will be 3 tokens: CRU token, UNTB, and USDU, our stablecoin. And in order to pay the minimum balance of 10 tokens UNTB, and we realize this is quite a small amount. At first, our UNTB will cost 1 cent, so it will be 10 cents. Then you can top up your wallet with cryptocurrency. And especially for people who never did it before, it will be a difficult task. And the payments in cryptocurrency, in any other cryptocurrency except our blockchain currency, will be associated with a commission fee. If you send 10 cents in Bitcoin, you will have to pay $0.50 as a commission fee. If you want to pay 10 cents in Ethereum, you'll also have to pay 20-30 cents as a commission fee. It's not really profitable. So with our lawyers, we're now deciding how to connect a payment gateway to our crypto wallet so that you could buy those 10 UNTB at 10 cents. In rubles, it can be, I don't know, 100 rubles, Russian rubles, maybe less, or rupees. It will be less than a loaf of bread, you know. It's quite an insignificant amount using your Visa or MasterCard. So you won't have any problems how to top up your wallet and go look for cryptocurrency. This is quite a big task that we have to address in July. The registration in the wallet for the users who are not partners of the New Economic Evolution of the World will be available. You can download your wallet by following the link from the back office, or you can show the link to any person you know. I tell them, like, who are not yet have not yet joined our company, you can tell them, look, I have this wallet, and you can have this wallet as well. You can register, buy UNTB tokens, and then you can buy CRU tokens. There will be a functionality added for everyone to enjoy it, not only for our partners. And there will be 2 algorithms according to which you can create that wallet. The first path is for more advanced, experienced cryptocurrency users. You can keep the key to your wallet on your own device, on a mobile phone, on your computer. You can write it down somewhere on a piece of paper. So basically, you know how to keep the locked keys, the encrypted keys. And if you know how to do it, then the company will not have a copy of that key. If you are concerned, if it's the first time you're dealing with a crypto wallet, then you can go for a different option. You can put a check in the checkbox that you trust the company and they can restore your encrypted key if you lose it. You will add your email and you will confirm the email address. And in the future, if you forget the password or if you forget the PIN code, you can restore that PIN code or password by sending a password restoration letter to the company. Those who are really advanced crypto users, crypto enthusiasts, they say, this is not blockchain. Why are you offering people this option? Private keys should be held only by the users. In no case you should be storing private keys on your server. Well, it might be applicable to cryptocurrencies that have no value behind them, like all other altcoins. Even if you lose the key to them, they are worthless. But since we're talking about securities here, security tokens, then this is a requirement by the regulator for the issuer to give the chance to their investors to restore the login and the access to their security tokens. And then if the client declines this chance, says, for example, I don't want the company to keep my encrypted key, I will assume the responsibility for losing it. It's your funeral, you can have it, but we need to ensure that opportunity. It's similar to a situation when you lose your login and password to your stock exchange account, and you have stock of Amazon, Apple, Google, and the exchange would tell them, dear friends, you lost your password. We keep your stocks from now on. So it doesn't happen like this in real life. Therefore, in our blockchain, in our wallets, we need to have this option, the option of restoration of the recovery of your password, because crypto unit is a very valuable asset and it will grow in price in the near future. And I know that I now ran out of my time and I need to pass on the floor to the next speaker, and I'm waiting for further news. I know that today's webinar is full of interesting news. Thank you for your attention and see you later. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much for all the information that you have and gave us. Very precise and clear information too. And all of it adds to the value of our company, our community. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, who is very important. And he's very, because he brought me to this business, this person, because he introduced me to this company. And thanks to his efforts, I found my way to this company. And during my first meeting, I told him no, but he kept on persisting. And eventually, he managed to convince me, to get me. And I like his motto, never give up, never stop. If he made up his mind, he will go forward no matter what, no matter the obstacles. Now, he will tell you today and will explain you something really new and something really incredible. Now, Dragaš, I'm not going to steal your thunder and your time. I'm giving the floor to you. Now you will tell us about your incredible project. Thank you, Emanuele. Give me a plus in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, great. Today, Emmanuel started our webinar with the words of experience. He mentioned experience, and then he said, he told us about information and education. And those are the elements which characterize the success of any entrepreneur. Now, before moving on to the new telling you about the new reality that is going to change your life and will help you maintain your business, it's going to be an instrument available to you very, very soon. I want to tell you my own story. When I opened my first business, I was 24 years old. And let me be honest, I had no experience whatsoever. You know, at the age of 24, you can't have really lots of experience, business experience. For 12 years, I've been a blue-collar worker, an electrician, and it was something, business was something new for me. So this initiative got my interest because I wanted to get to the new level, you know. And I opened my own business at the age of 24, and it was a fast food business. And back then, when I was implementing my project, the entrepreneur that I hired to furbish my restaurant gave me an advice, and that's how I received my first piece of information. He advised me to go to a certain community which analyzed the market and analyze the market regarding my business, the business that I wanted to conduct in a specific city. He also told me that this analysis of the market is not gonna cost a lot. Maybe, I don't know, 2,500 euros, 2,500 euros. And I thought about it all night long. And I thought, is it okay for me to go to a person, to a complete stranger who doesn't know me, who doesn't know what I want to do, who knows nothing about my business? And first, I need to explain him how my business works, how my restaurant is going to work, and only then he will be able to tell me how I'm supposed to work. It seemed something strange and incredible to me, until I decided to invest those 2,500 euros, and then 8 years later, as soon as because I faced lots of difficulties throughout this entire period, I realized that to overcome all those difficulties, so no, let me put it in other words. Let's say that I could have avoided lots of expenses and costs if I originally invested into my education. And I didn't at first, you know, and that's why throughout my 8 years of work, I accumulated lots of heaps of debts, you know, and just because I was an inexperienced young entrepreneur, and at a certain point in time, my debt amounted to 200,000 euros. It was like an astronomical figure for me. And at the same time, it was an eye-opener for me. It helped me change my mindset and taught me how to look for new information. And I finally met a company that provided me the education I needed And I was able to put it into practice. Now for more than a decade, I'm working in the restaurant business. I have 2 fast food restaurant outlets. I paid all my debts, and I implemented my idea of creating a big company and start developing a world level franchise. But today, I'm going to tell you about a solution which is more than just a project. And I was, entrusted with the responsibility to implement that project. And I was given a wonderful team. We first met a little bit more than a month ago, and we started implementing our project. The project is called You Gain, and the logo is You Gain with No Pain. It's exactly the opposite of gaining and experiencing pain, because I remember all the pain that I went through on my way towards success. And for our entrepreneurs, it's gonna cost less than 1 cup of coffee a day. And my colleague will tell you more about this project. And let's move on to the next slide. I met him during the work on this project. His name is Denis Bispyatov, a real professional, a master of his own trade. He has 30 years of experience in IT. Just imagine. Some of the previous projects he implemented or participated in the implementation of are like automation of software for hotels, restaurants, and cafes, Hot Sauce, SOS, and over 6,000 hotels across the world use Hot SOS, including MGM Grand Las Vegas. And also he got the award for the best cloud hotel software implemented on Microsoft IIS. And Denis will tell you more about YouGain project itself. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Dragoš, thank you very much for your introduction. Now, colleagues and dear friends, give me a plus in the chat if you can see and hear me. Good. Yes, Dragoš gave you his story, and I'm gonna give you my own story. How YouGain idea was born. It was born from experience, As with Dragoš's case, when he opened his business, he lacked some competencies, knowledge to invest his money correctly. In my case, I had both experience and money and some serious analysis as well, because in parallel with this project, I opened many other projects and worked on many other projects. And I remember one of the projects that I've implemented was a huge retail outlet of clothes. And there was a company that supported the sales, and there was a team of very experienced partners, and they studied the market, and I realized that I saw one of those partners, and I saw that the malls, the trading centers, if you have a retail outlet there, they would ask like a lot of money for keeping that outlet, like maybe 4 or 5 times higher than they could make. And I had some life analysis data, and I decided to open this retail outlet of clothes for my wife as a gift. And I expected certain level of performance, sales performance. And it was a very good place. It was a very popular place. And if you wanted to have this retail outlet, or let's say the premises for your outlet in this mall, in this trading center, you had to wait in line for 2 years. There was a whole line of entrepreneurs waiting for that specific spot. Because, in all malls, there is a clothes area I don't know, shoes area. And there was this free spot in this mall among different child's clothes, and we could take that spot and wait our line, wait until the time arrives when we could go to the clothes section of the mall. And the problem was with that spot that it was not our target audience that visited that particular section of the mall. It was young parents or young mothers. And I told myself, how can I attract the clients that I want, even in an unfavorable or I'd say unattractive spot in the market. Of course, we had our circle of loyal clients, but we wanted to be able to monitor them, to advertise, to express our gratitude to our loyal clients, so that they would recommend us to their friends. And we had no instruments to do that. And also, I didn't know how to monitor my personnel. I needed either to be there all the time, or my wife needed to be there all the time in order to keep them in check, to make them work up to the level. And if you're not there, you cannot really see whether your client has been provided quality service or not by your personnel. And at the same time, I didn't have any instrument to receive the feedback from the clients that this sales manager was good and this one wasn't quite good. And since I worked in IT, I had this idea of developing a platform, a solution that would allow me to do all of the things that I mentioned above, monitoring the clients, the personnel, everything else. And then we had an entire study how to get into the head of our entrepreneurs and consumers. And we decided to pick the title You Gain. There is such a thing as YouTube. It's a cloud service for videos and broadcasts. In our case, you, the letter U in You Gain, means you. It's YOU, right? And gain, you know what gain means, like in English. It requires explanation in Russian, but in English it's self-explanatory. So you gain, you earn. And as is the case with the YouTube, our idea is to increase our platform to make it really a big platform for our entrepreneurs, for our consumers, where they could go and work together. So YouGain is a ready-to-use digital platform for the medium and small businesses, for different malls, entertainment and trading centers, uniting both entrepreneurs, retailers, and consumers. It's a client retention tool as well. So we can work in any location of the world because we're using internet technologies, digital technologies. You can have it anywhere in the world where there is internet, and it is fit for any entrepreneur because entrepreneurs all over the world have the same aches, same desires, same wishes, same problems they face all the time. And usually it's low buying capacity, too few clients, too expensive advertising, low efficiency advertising, and and sometimes they go by their gut feeling without having real proper knowledge, and YouGain is an instrument that helps you address or solve all of those business tasks. If you go and ask yourself what business is, it's about satisfying the needs of the client with the benefit or gain for yourself. This is like pure definition of business. And when you ask entrepreneurs, guys, what is the first association? What's the first word that comes to your mind when you hear the word business? And many say it's about making money, entrepreneurship, office, profits, plan, success, trade. Like they mix it all together. And clients come somewhere in the 10th or even 50th place. Can you imagine? They put clients as low as the 50th place, although clients is the most valuable thing in business because all the results are produced by the clients. The prosperity and the performance of the companies are ensured by the clients. The profits, the salaries of the personnel are increased thanks to the clients, loyal clients who help improve the business, who bring in new clients. And now, if you go and take all the instruments and see what works best is about building, a long-term relationship with your clients, or word of mouth or recommendations, referrals. So this works best. And Ugain gives business the solution to all of those problems, like the increase of the client base, the reduction of cost for advertising, to improve the client service, and the opportunity to recommend, to refer your business to other clients, and enables you to work across the entire world because, in the current conditions of the pandemic, many businesses that work online and businesses in general, they can lose money and are losing money. As for the common Ugain users, it's a free application. You can download it and use it right away. But we will talk about it more in detail later. Well, Ugain is an instrument that unites and inspires people to helps them enjoy their life. Now let's move on to the next slide of our presentation. Okay, we will have here our roadmap. So what we have done so far, we have our platform developed. We now officially registered our company, US registered company, Ugain Incorporated. We have developed the logos, corporate style, and presentations. The company went through the approval in the Apple Store and Google Play Market. And now we need to have the approval of the application. And let's say from the 15th of July to the 31st of July, we are preparing for the technical launch in 10 countries. Well, it will be the 1st of August is the last date for it. So we will test this application in 10 countries, and we will test it for 2 months without subscription fees, without any additional costs. And after the 15th of September, on the 15th of September, we're going to have the official launch with full force of it. And for you to understand what Ugain is, how it works, as Dragash said, it's going to cost less than a cup of coffee for entrepreneurs per day, maybe even less. It's most importantly is that you can make money off that instrument. Especially it's good in our environment, in our condition, because we can get new partners through that instrument, new clients. And we will have a very detailed training course on this part. We will have our inception webinar very soon. I think the organizers will announce the date of the webinar in the near future. This is it. To cut it short, because I can speak at length about it, but I don't want to steal anyone else's time. So I'm very glad to be here and have a nice evening. And now I'm passing on the floor to the next speaker. Take care.
Thank you very much, Denise. It was our pleasure to meet you and to get to know you. And this is the fireworks of our news. And another personality of fireworks I'd like to introduce to you all. Whenever you meet this guy, you can describe him as the energy by itself. This president, I met him a few years ago. And look, he conveys and emits energy. And he seems to be a robot. He's not a personality. He's not a human being, because I've never seen him exhausted and tired. When you believe that he is out of temper, you come to him and you get the electroshock because of his energy. I'm handing over to you, Andrew. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Mr. Baroni, thank you very much for that kind introduction. You always do me too much justice. I appreciate you. Guys, give me a plus or a plus in the chat if you can hear me all right and see me. Great. Awesome. Man, what a night it has been so far. Or day, depending on where you are in the world. So many amazing announcements being made. You've got to be excited, right? Give me a 5 if you're excited. Give me a 10 if you're like, meh. Plenty of 5s coming through. I saw something about New Zealand there. I know it's the wee hours in New Zealand. Still 805 people here in the English room. I'm not sure what's in the other rooms, but guys, what an exciting time to be alive and be a part of this company. Now, there are so many exciting developments going on. I'd love to say that I've got a massive presentation for you with heaps of slides, but I know you've already had a lot of information to take on. So I'm just going to let you take a few notes with this one. You're only going to see that slide from me this evening, but I am going to give you a brief update on where we're at with our new back office. So with all the exciting developments going on, with the advances being made, obviously we need to make adjustments. And you've heard this more than once tonight, you know, we are pioneering. We are in a pioneering space. We're creating something different for everyone. You know, something the likes of which the world has never really seen. Our company got a portfolio with $405 million, where the partners are actually co-owners of that, for lack of a better term. You know, I don't see many other companies in this space in our industry that are literally giving the value of the company back to the partners. And I think that is to be commended. In fact, I know that's to be commended, and I know that is why so many of us are here. Sorry, audio up. Hopefully that's a little bit better now, guys. So as we continue to grow and move from strength to strength, we will continue to evolve and develop. And guys, if we need to pivot, we'll pivot. But we try to make, in fact, we make the best decisions we can with the information at hand as we move forward. Now, I believe we are getting the right people in the right place. Obviously, exciting developments going on with Ugain. You've heard more about the blockchain tonight and how exciting is that going to be. You've heard about the wallet development. You heard that we're going to get to see that next Tuesday, the President's Council. So I'm kind of excited for that myself, and I'll look forward to testing it out. Of course, the digital doubles that are happening, and I can tell you that space is going off right now. But guys, where are we at with our back office? Well, we knew that this day would come that our membership would outgrow the office, the back office that we have now. And discussions started earlier this year, around February. Well, go back a lot further than that, but around February this year, things really started to gain momentum and started to move forward. By the time we got through to May, obviously the IT team that has developed our blockchain and done an amazing job, they've also been contracted to help out with the Genius of Finance online game, which we've heard about this evening as well. How cool is that? They are now also redoing our back office. Now, it's not as simple as one might think. There's a lot of moving parts that go into the back office. There's a lot of things to consider. People need to be able to move things from A to B. They need to be able to get good statistics. They need to know what's going on within their business at a glance. And unfortunately, although all the tools are there for us within our back office right now, they're not necessarily easily accessible and easy to find. So our new back office is really going to sort that out. Now, in May, there was a questionnaire go out to a few of the councils, a few of the key stakeholders in the company, i.e. the CEO and all the heads of department, to ask their input as to what they would like to see inside of this back office. Now, one of the things that was mentioned was, an easy to view tree of all of your structure. Now, if you think a good visual representation of your structure would be a good idea, give me a 10 in the chat. Plenty of 10s coming through. That's been something we've asked for a long, long time now, and I think our prayers are finally being answered in that space, which is very, very cool. So in May, the questionnaire went out, as I said, to what was missing and what we thought needed to be included inside the back office. Now, I've been talking with Tatiana there, with Stanham, the IT team that we've got. We've had meetings. We're seeing things moving forward. Now, there are so many different things that we need to add into the back. Now, there are a lot of things that have already been completed for the framework. And you heard Maria speaking this evening about the wallet. Now, that's also part of the back office integration. So that module has been done. Now, it's prototyped. Okay. In fact, it's even better than that from what Maria said this evening, which is great. Now, the back office, the personal account in the back office has also been prototyped. Now, there's a lot of steps that have already been taken, but we aren't quite there yet. So we don't quite have a working prototype for the entire back office yet. We've got the modules. They're sitting there ready to put together, but that's not in the way our IT team works. So they've got it together. Now they're starting to layer it in. Testing will start in earnest within the next month. Now, guys, the best part about this, there is a timeline. Okay, we have a timeline for completion at this stage towards the end of September. Now, as with any tech, with any timeline, these things can and usually do change. Now, I've been involved with quite a few tech things in the recent years about when things would launch. When I say recent years, before I got started with this company, of when things would launch. And they don't always go according to plan. So although the timeline is looking like September, and we will do our best to reach that, it's always just a guideline, guys. So they're working hard to make sure that's met. We're expected in the next few weeks to be able to put a few of these things together to ensure that we can test them for usability for everyone. But the good news about it all, guys, Rosalind, yeah, exactly. The back office needs to be more simplified. Someone could register with help. That's exactly what's been thought. There's been so much different feedback from people coming, and it's all been taken on board. All the bits that were common in all of the answers have been put together, and hopefully we're going to come out with something incredible at the back end of it. But as with anything, guys, we'll continue to evolve and shape it as and when we need it to make sure that it does perform the functions that we need. Now, I wanted to give you more of a detailed representation of what we have this evening. Unfortunately, I didn't get quite all the intel that I needed this evening to be able to give it to you. However, rest assured that there is much progress being made in that space. As I said, there's a number of different modules. Yeah, it is. There's a number of different modules that have already been done, at least to the prototyping phase, and we'll be getting those into a functionality where we can test them in earnest very, very, very soon. So, guys, I wanted to give you more than I have this evening. Unfortunately, that is all that I have to give you. But know that, somebody said in here, isn't it great that we have a company that listens to the partners and does what's required? And I have to agree with that 100%. I said something the other night on the Leadership Council about where we are, about what this company has provided, particularly it's provided for everyone, but those people who are willing to go out, share the opportunity, and be all they can be within it, are really starting to see what this is. And I'm seeing so many amazing leaders emerge, and the message is the same. It's not about the money. It's about the mission that we are on to be able to provide something amazing for other people. Now, I know that I have people involved that they don't even know they're involved, that I've done things for them that their future is going to be set. And one day we're just going to go, here it is. And I'm sure there's other partners that have done that exact same thing. And it's so amazing that we have a company like this that has enabled us to do it. I've said it before, guys, on a number of different webinars in the previous weeks and months, that the next 3 to 6 months are going to be life-changing for everyone. I know the last 3 years have been life-changing for me, for my family, for my extended family, for my children, for their children's children, for generations to come. But the next 3 to 6 months, man, if I was excited for the last 3 years, I'm even more excited for what's about to come. You could hear and see the excitement with Nela this evening when she was presenting. You could hear Dragos not so long ago. And of course, Dennis, thank you so much for your presentation. Bronny, thank you for your hosting this evening. Doing an amazing job. Translators doing an amazing job. We're growing from strength to strength, ladies and gentlemen. We're not slowing down. This juggernaut is just continuing to gain momentum, and this back office will be with us very, very soon for us to even explode our business even more. With that, guys, thank you for entertaining me this evening. Go out and have an amazing day, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. Mr. Baroni, I'd love to welcome you back so you can welcome our next speaker. Guys, it has been a pleasure to be here with you this evening. You're all amazing. Keep going out and spreading the good word.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. And our next speaker is very important for our project. And look, he is gonna tell us about the main figures that actually we received last month in June. Let's take a breath of air, a sip of air, have a glass of water, because ahead there are two incredible speakers. Before our CEO joins us now, let's have a 10-minute break to stretch your legs, and please come back 10 minutes after. Well, I hope that you are all back. Please give me a plus if you can hear me well. Let's start our session again. Definitely, we all needed some break to actually be excited about the news we learned today. And now I'd like to invite another person I met a few years ago. When you look at him, you feel really calm. He is a guy dealing with figures in our company, and his position is really important for all of us. So here, I'd like to hand over to Valentin Sokolnikov. Dear friends, please give me some feedback from 1 to 10 as an indication how well you can hear and see me. Someone complains that it should be louder. Good afternoon. My greetings to all of you at this summary monthly webinar. A lot has been said so far. I like the speeches of other speakers before me, and in particular Marfuga, when she said that we plant a large orchard and a lot of different trees are our common orchard. Can you hear me better now? Yes, I get the feedback from the Russian chat that now my sound is better. Yes, this is our common orchard. This is our common company. And what we do is incredible. And every tree we plant, every bush of raspberry, of every tree of apple, these are our fruits that grow and expand. And now let's discuss the financial part of our work, what we've achieved in June. And first of all, let's have a look at the volumes of sales. And look, we increased in sales, and you can clap yourself. And here is the top 10 countries in sales. Number 10 is New Zealand, which is actually had a growth rate of 99%. 99%, 2 times increase. New Zealand, you are awesome. This is overnight there. It's overnight there, but you've done a good job. Number 9 is the Netherlands. As it has been said before, leaders of the Netherlands work really hard, and 1.5 months ago there was such an announcement that the Netherlands is quite a small country with small sales, but now they are in top 10, and we see the growth rate of over 30%. Number 8 is Kazakhstan, a well-established Kazakhstan who used to be our leader, but now we see a small decline, but nonetheless, Kazakhstan is still in top 10. And guys, you are amazing. And actually, in the slide, you see sales in May 2020. It's not May, it's June 2020. Number 7 is Peru, and this is our opening. And starting from mid last year, we opened this company, including Colombia. Colombia is not in top 10, but Peru ranks 7. And we see the growth rate of 9%. Peru, you are amazing. And this is an achievement of our Spanish speakers leaders who make presentations, run trainings and webinars. And we all know when there are trainings and webinars, new people come. New people come, it means that we expand our community, we grow further, and we launch new products, new opportunities, new capacities. Should we rely on what we have achieved, we won't see the skyrocket growth. But because we share and provide good opportunities of becoming a co-owner of different segments, this is an exclusive chance. Number 6 is Italy. Hooray, Italy. Viva Italy. Italy has a small decline, 9%, but nonetheless, it's in top 10. And I encourage leaders from Italy, like from those, I encourage those from Kazakhstan to keep up, to push forward, and to support your surrounding, your friends, your acquaintances, and share this opportunity with them. Give them a chance to learn about this opportunity, because sometimes it happens, and actually I've seen it many times, when your friends come to you and blame that you haven't shared this opportunity with them long ago. To avoid this criticism, actually, to prevent it, whether are you ready to go forward, to push forward. By the way, there are another 3 months left when we shift to a different stage, when our CIU points are not included into our educational packages. So the time will be lost. Yes, there will be some other products, but the amounts of CIU points included into our educational packages. So quite often it will be, this opportunity will be over. Number 5 is Oman. So the team from Oman, you are great. You are awesome. You are our long-lasting leader. This is a closed company. Not everyone can come and go beyond the country, but leaders inside the country work hard and reach brilliant results. And we see the growth rate of over 65%. Vietnam ranks number 4 with a growth rate of over 885%. So when the growth is 100%, it means that the growth is double. And here it's over 180%. Vietnam, you are amazing. You are awesome. Australia hits number 3. Australia and the US actually shares number 2 and the 3rd with some difference. And in Australia, the growth rate is over 38%. And the US, you are great. You are our leader. The US is in top 10 list starting from the last year and now ranks number 2 in our top 10. We see quite a short increase, but nonetheless, they are number 2. And namaste to our friends from India. We had an incredible event 2019 last October. Guys, please put a plus in the chat if you attended that event in New Delhi, India. Yes, we had almost 20,000 people at the stadium, 2-day event, panel sessions, different celebrities, different chats and discussions. We had amazing hosts. The system, the program of that event was incredible. It was a great show. And we are full of positive emotions. And after New Delhi, there was a 3-day training, Master Profi at Goa. And actually, we see that in the result of this, India is number 1 for over the last half a year. And yes, the growth rate is 7%, quite small, but nonetheless, they are great. Namaste, my dear friends. And this is like a challenge to all the other countries. Are you ready to compete against India and become number 1 in our top 10? And each country has some capacity. Yes, Russia used to be our leader, but we don't know why now it's not a leader in this top 10. And this is a challenge to our leaders from Russia. Are you ready to act? Are you ready to run the trainings, to make more presentations? Because this is a stepwise work. We provide trainings, we invite people, and this business is amazing. We have a wicked company. No one will offer you such an opportunity to become a co-owner in any large corporation by paying a small amount of money. Actually, by paying 10 units, you can get in exchange a bonus of 350 units for the membership in the VIP club. This is an amazing opportunity. Next slide, please. As I told you before, the sales depend on the registrations. This is top 10 of the countries in terms of registration in June 2020. Yes, India is number 10. It's number 1 in sales, but as regards the number of sign-ups, we do see a growth. So there is over 7% increase in India. It means new people, new sales, like a sequence of events. And we see that the number of new registrations in India is over 8,000 people. And it means an increase in sales. So they are interrelated. Number 9 is New Zealand. So with a good conversion rate and an increase in sales. If you compare the ratio of India, so there are a lot of sales, a lot of packages, but smaller packages, whereas in New Zealand, smaller sales, but larger packages. And this is a game of figures. Registrations, a person joins the company, a good company, and there are sales going, and this money is reinvested. We develop our business, our common business, because this is our common company. This is our common orchard, and we grow even faster. Number 8 is Oman. Oman is in top 5, and we see that it has a lot of registrations. A law. Do you want to increase sales? Then please make new registrations. New registrations mean new invitations. And you see the conversion rate. We see Nigeria ranking number 7. Nigeria, you are awesome. You are not in top 10 in sales, but you are in top 10 in registrations. And in this case, the increase in registrations, but not a large increase in sales. And what should you do? So I encourage leaders from Nigeria, when you register, you are to get feedback. Our business is great, is amazing, but there are some methodologies, a system. Every Saturday, there are webinars of how our business is run. When you have feedback, when you answer the questions, when you explain in detail how it operates, you generate sales. And when you make new registrations, you are to have this feedback and actually make your deals, because a person, apart from education, there will be both online and offline trainings on finances. And when they enter the VIP club, they get additional CIU points. Number 6 is Uzbekistan, a similar case study. So a lot of registrations, new people, a good increase, but with no increase in sales, like in case of New Zealand or Oman. So meaning that apart from sign-ups, there should be some follow-up work and actions taken to meet people again. The Philippines rank number 5. You are awesome. And here we see that the number of new registrations is only 203 compared to India. Yes, there is new conversion rate, an increase in sales. Mongolia ranks number 4. Mongolia, super, great, awesome guys. And there is increase in the number of registrations. There should be an increase in sales. So there is this correlation. And our top 3 is Afghanistan, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Guys, you are great. You are stunning. In Afghanistan, we don't have a lot of business because it's closed country. But nonetheless, there are some sales. We work with the people, and quite an interesting correlation that we give a unique opportunity to people. And leaders from Afghanistan, they make presentations, they run webinars. Maybe they lack some conditions for having online business, but in this case, in Afghanistan, we see an increase in registration as well as an increase in sales. Great, guys. Vietnam ranks number 2. As you remember from the previous slide where we talked about the sales, Vietnam was number 4 with a growth of over 180%, almost 4 times increase. In this case, you see that there are a lot of registrations, both in the nominal term, over 4,800 new partners, and an increase in sales. Vietnam is a good example of the play of figures. When you invite, a new person comes and makes a new purchase. And what we see there quite often, quite soon, we will discuss our portfolio. And actually what we see now, this is through the system of the multi-level crowd investing. And number 1 is Indonesia. You are stunning. You are amazing. The largest number of increase in the number of registrations. So only 942 persons in the nominal terms, but an increase is incredible. Leaders of Indonesia, what you should do? You should do some follow-up. You need to explain what a person gets after registration. So there were some promotions when the company provided as a gift some CIU points, and the same promotion applies to the membership in the VIP club. The people get a chance which will not be available next month, a unique opportunity you should not miss out. And now at the price of CIU point 0.20 units, I can share a secret with you that sometime after it will be several times higher. And in this slide, let's have a look at our assets, at our portfolio. Guys, you can clap yourself. Today, the asset value is over 460 million units. A good achievement. It's awesome. This is our common achievement, our joint achievement. We are developing a common business, and these are assets, our common assets. And most interestingly, if you take every asset in separate, so each of them is unique, is peculiar, is special. Before that, Maria Antonenko spoke in front of you. We already have our own blockchain. Only through the capitalization of our community on blockchain, we could actually gain skyrocket growth. And as Denis Bespyatov told you, only you gain can boost the sales exponentially. And most interestingly, when you talk to the people, this is my personal experience, when people learn about some of our products or directions or areas, look, they are interested to learn more how to participate in this. But please take into consideration that we have over 30 different instruments. Each of them has something special, something peculiar, and this is a Klondike, like a basket of golden eggs, like a goose that lays these golden eggs. And at our next closed webinar for the VIP Club members, we will share more details about our segments. Why actually we are growing, which new areas we are developing, what are the prospects. Dear friends, if you are not a member of the VIP Club yet, please get this opportunity and learn more about our global portfolio, because at closed meetings we share all the details, how it happens, which growth rate we have, where are the profits. If we had some declines, we explain the reasons, but we are transparent and open and transparently share this with you. So our clap of applause to all of you, and altogether the asset value is over 460 million. Next slide, please. These are our investments. For you to understand the money which the company has, it is not kept somewhere in cash in some bank accounts. It is reinvested. We enter different business niches, and we can, with a large amount of money, invest in a large business. We can invest in gold mining, or we can build our own chain of hotels, like it happens with the land plots in Krasnodar Krai in Russia. We can actually play with large amounts of money, and whenever there is an opportunity emerge in the market, investment opportunity, we can benefit from this proposal, this proposition. It's like the genius of finance. When you play it, as soon as there is this proposition emerges, then you can invest into it with a large amount of money, because we have a large community where all the people are co-owners of our projects. And at this stage, I'd like to thank all of you, dear friends, and hand over the floor to Emanuele Baroni.
Thank you very much, Valentin. Thank you for your contribution, for quite valuable contribution. And it is always a pleasure for us to see that how our portfolio grows month to month. And we are, let's say, at the final beats of our concert or fireworks. I would like to introduce the next speaker, and I would like to draw some parallels here. Let's go back a few years ago. And let's imagine, not few years, like let's go back 2 centuries ago. And let's think of something that changed people's life entirely. Something like the appearance of a train, or of the train as an invention. And it changed the way of life, and it helped it fostered the Industrial Revolution. It helped unite different countries and allowed people to travel faster and exchange goods 1,000 times faster. And why am I drawing this parallel to a train? When the train first came up 200 years ago, it had a driver who sat in the engine and drove the train. And people could go to that driver and ask them different questions. And, maybe express their wishes, where they want to stop or where they want to go. And nevertheless, there was like a management. And whether the train goes or stops and where it goes was decided by the management, by the railway company. And similarly, it is here. The new economic evolution of the world has its own driver. Let's say the head of the train, the senior officer, and I'm sure he has things to say to you and news to share with you. Now I'd like to give the floor to our train driver, Andrei Khavratov. Okay, hello, dear friends. This is my sound and video check. Give me a score from 1 to 10. Okay, I can see that we have a good connection. And let me ask you how many newcomers do we have, and if you still have energy and if you manage to sit through 3 hours of our webinar, give me a plus. And okay, let's go back to the question, who are new here? Give me a 5 if you're a newcomer, a novice in our webinar. And we've worked quite significantly, and I'm sure that you will sit until the very end of our webinar, because usually when you invite a person to a webinar, like come to our webinar, there will be a lot of great news, etc., etc. And usually a person comes to the webinar and their expectations are not met. Therefore, usually before inviting people to our webinars, we warm people up, by inviting to previous webinars, to like small scale webinars. And I don't think I have to introduce myself. There is lots of information online. And what I can say about myself is that I'm a progressive person, and I help other people become progressive as well, who start working and thinking progressively and start creating progress around themselves. And if you want to become one of such people, come to our community, become a member of it, and move forward with us. Why is it important? I'll explain you why on the next slide. So who are we? New. First of all, we are a healthy, prosperous community. People who come to our community, their aim is to prosper and be united, not be apart. And also, we are owners of the companies whose product or products we use. So we are both owners and the consumers of our own companies, of the products and services of our own companies. So you saw that our portfolio grew by adding several instruments to it. And the next week on our closed webinar, I'll show you how we achieve that growth. Also, our goal is to ensure that people receive monthly unconditional basic income, which we call Profi bonus. And also our goal is to create a community of 1 to 3 billion users, or 15-25% of the global population. Let's say in 10 years we'll have, for example, 10 billion people. Then we'll need to have 1.5 billion. It will be 10%, and around 2 billion, which will be 15%. And most importantly, we would like to have world peace and to establish world peace. And before I deliver my keynote speech, I would like to first introduce to you a person with whom I met 4 years ago. He flew into Moscow specifically to meet with us. His name is Anatoly Skargin, and he's a general, and he is the head of the Association Generals of the World for Peace. And you know, usually when you hear the word general, you think it's a person who enjoys war, you know, like a war junkie. But it turns out there are very few generals who enjoy war, because war is about winning or losing, you know. And usually it is not the people who initiated the war or fought the war to suffer. There are other like civilians so suffer most, and generals very often also have to deal with the consequences, and many of them are actually peace-loving people. And last year we signed an agreement with the Generals of the World for Peace Association. Now we closely cooperate to each other, and that's why I would like to now give the floor to Anatoly for him to address you. So, dear brothers and sisters, this is sound check. Now the sound is good. So I will always address you as brothers and sisters and my family members. I'll explain you why. First of all, I would like to thank you, Andrei, and your entire team for the opportunity to speak at your international webinar. First of all, I would like to prove that peace is the most important thing in our world. Just think about this. When people meet, let's say when in the biblical time, people met each other, and they met each other with the words, peace to your home, or peace to your house. And the Muslims of the world, and they meet each other with the words Assalamu alaikum, which means peace upon you. So do not really say like, I wish you $1 million. They wish peace and health, and they focus on peace because peace is the core of everything. Without peace, there won't be won't be any business. Without peace, there won't be any health. That's why the Generals of the World for Peace decided to go for peace and to focus on peace. That's why we are called the Generals of the World for Peace. Let me explain you the origin of our name, because not everyone attended the webinars where we usually explain that. Well, generals are people who are most interested in peace, because a conflict is about two warring sides, and the losing sides are the victim side. Usually generals of the losing side are arrested or even shot, like Yugoslavia, Syria, Kyrgyzstan. There were cases when we were involved in the internal conflicts and generals were arrested and are still arrested. Therefore, generals are people who are most interested in peace. Well, I know that we all want and love peace, but I think peace is has some extra meaning to generals, because generals, they are parents and brothers and sons of some of other people as well, and moreover, they know the destructive power of the modern weapons. You know, they know that the previous world wars were being destructive as they were, like millions of people died. Many generals realized that the current weaponry, the current arms, are capable of ensuring total annihilation of all life on the planet. And let me ask you this question: how much money do you think is spent on weapons every year? And the amount is $2 trillion. That's how much money was spent in 2019 for the production of weapons. Can you imagine? And just for you to compare the budget of the richest country in Europe, Germany, with the highest living standards, Germany, the budget of Germany is $356 billion and 400 million euros. I'm sorry. Just imagine 2 trillion against hardly half a trillion. So imagine we took all that money and spend it on the prosperity of people. And when we were, let's go back into the history of our association, when the idea was born to set up this organization. And I remember myself when I was a child, even when I was 4 years old, I had this acute sense of justice. You know, I went to study in the police school, and I thought if I become a policeman, I will catch all the thieves and all the criminals, and I will help my country become a better place. And then the Soviet Union collapsed, and it was a tragedy for me because everything collapsed with it. My profession collapsed, as many other people who wore uniform. But most importantly, everything that we did professionally, you know, in many countries in the 1990s, the power was seized by bandits. There were lots of, assassinations. Bankers, businessmen were assassinating because there were lots of criminal wars. And there were lots of different biographical books about those times in the early 1990s, where businessmen and bankers were, they had to pay tributes to the mobsters, to the mafia. But gradually, the society evolved and the mobsters became a part of the history. But still, we haven't yet achieved the living standards of what we had back in the USSR, for example, or the crime rate. In Kyrgyzstan, if back in the day we had 2 robberies per year, it was already a tragedy. Currently, robberies are things happening very often, And I remember when I was young, guys used to fight each other, It was fist fighting. Never used knives or never used sticks. Gradually, knives appeared, and then firearms are used in the street fights. Sometimes they even use grenade launchers or grenades. And let alone the terrorism, which usually serves some political goals. Because I remember in the early 1990s, they used to throw grenades under the carriage of the Russian king, Tsar. And it was called terrorism back then. Now terrorism took a completely new form. Entire nations, entire countries are wiped out. And who is the first to suffer? Children, women. And the idea behind our association was to create a platform which would convene, which would be a place where non-indifferent people would convene. And there are lots of such people in the planet. So, for example, let's take a woman. A woman carries a fetus, a baby, for 9 years under her heart, in her belly, and then raises that baby for 18 years for the baby to be taken into someone else's war and be killed potentially there. Just a waste of life. And that's why I decided to work with Andrei, because I realized his mission, the importance of his mission, which is to bring peace and to build the new economic evolution of the world. As a famous Chinese businessman said, if you want to build a huge business, put huge social programs in the first place. And I really admire the idea of our train operator, as Emmanuel called him, who decided to create this huge social program to change, to help our world evolve. Because when we do away with poverty, when we do away with hunger, of course, we will be closer to the time when wars can be avoided if we unite. And we have such a platform. And when we created our platform, the first thing that I decided to tackle was to receive the blessing from all the churches and all the religions. We received written blessings from the heads of Islam, Catholic religion, Orthodox religion, from the heads of the Jewish religion, and the Buddhist religion. And, usually they say, "Go into the world, my son, I bless you." And I told him, no, I don't want your verbal blessing. I need your written blessing. And they told me, in this case, we must pray and we must ask God, Allah, and if they agree, then we will give you the written blessing. And that's how we obtained the written blessings of the main confessions, main religions. Of course, there are many religions of the world, but we're talking about the mainstream religions, the most prominent religions in the planet. And if you find a religion that we haven't yet gotten the written blessing from, tell me about it. And I will go to the main head of their religion and I will ask for their written blessing, because there is only one God, and that God wishes good stuff and peace for all of us. 80% of people, and maybe more, someone says 90, someone says 80% on the planet, are part of this religion or another, are believers. But if all the religions blessed us, then who is against us? This is my question number one. If all the women across the world are for us, then who is against us? Because I never heard a woman say that I carried my baby for 9 months in my belly and then raised him for 18 years and now I'm ready to sacrifice my son for someone else's war. I never met such a woman. In Kyrgyzstan, I got the assurance of all the political parties, because in our charter we say that we cannot support any political agenda, any political party, because political parties, their goal is to seize power. And I liked how the train of thought of our train operator, Andrei, he said, we are not competitors to the powers that be. We are not competitors to large corporations. We are their helpers. Just think about the depth of those words and how well they describe our idea. The world is at the verge of collapse. Just take a look what's happening in the United States, in France. It's literally the United States now have like a civil war going on. But the separation, the divide between the poor and the rich is so big that today the rich have come to a point when they don't know what to do with the poor anymore. People who have no money even to feed themselves. And we have a way out, new economic evolution of the world. We have lots of different examples. I know a good example in India. There was a person who sold different trinkets, and used to sell different trinkets, and now he's a average businessman and has an income of several dozens of thousands of dollars. And this is a good example of new solving the problems of low and middle class people. I remember attending a seminar workshop in Minsk, and I saw a lady. She was 70 or 80 years old from Italy, and she said, I'm so humble and shy. I have always had this stage fright, but now I have my monthly income of several $1,000s, and previously it was hardly several €100. And imagine that we have no poor whatsoever. It's gonna be also a safety line for the rich as well. They won't have to deal with the rich anymore, with the poor anymore. You must have heard about this guy called Lenin, and he said that if you want to have a revolution, you have to rely on the proles, because they have nothing to lose. And revolution is about destruction of lives, destruction of property, and we don't want that. We don't need revolution. We need evolution, evolutionary approach. We need to build a new world by evolution, by education, because only education people will never become terrorists. Only educated people will be able to multiply their budget.
And for this purpose, you signed an agreement with the Academy of Private Investor, as the Academy provides education to people to become qualified and in a legal way to make their money, but not by being gangsters. And I'd like to note one important thing. Today, our time has come, because I have limited time and can only briefly give you an overview what we are doing. Our time has come. Why? Not because before actually there were no such smart guys as Mr. Skardin. Our time came because new technologies emerged. Without these new communication technologies, we could not imagine the chance of this program. A good example, this webinar. Over 50 countries take part in this conference, and there is simultaneous interpretation provided in 9 languages, and over 1.6 million, 1.5 million people actually signed up to this program. And today we are blessed to benefit the ICT and seize terrorism and war. How can we do it? For this, we will provide trainings, some courses, some national sections or sessions. In New Delhi, we awarded with our medal 20 leaders. For what? Because they have prepared heads of the future sessions, and Andrei Havratov actually proposed to award these leaders with our rewards, the Dove of Peace. And actually then this movement will only become an addition to our new economic evolution of the world. Another part actually took place in Almaty, and after the speech, I felt to be Yuri Gagarin. and people didn't let me go away. So they wanted to take pictures with me and get my autograph. But it can happen to all of you in your countries because people miss peace. They need peace. They need friendship. They get rid of fears and scares. And instead of dozens, millions actually. So in many countries, what they face, actually they face war, terrorism. They were resettled from their countries to foreign countries with faked passports and IDs. Can you imagine what state it is? We observe this being indifferent. Yes, you may feel that it's indifferent, but when there was the national conflict between Uzbeks and Kyrgyz, and when hundreds of people migrated to Uzbekistan, and there were hundreds of calamities in these conflicts. And these conflicts toured around in waves along the planet. And therefore, Martin Luther King, he said, so you will actually face all the troubles as soon as you bend your backs. So actually, if you bend your backs, no one will stable you. And now this is actually a different level. It's not the warfare when two corps meet each other in the military field and kill each other. Today, the most powerful understand as soon as there is the nuclear war, no one will survive. Secondly, it's important to understand that war is of different nature today. Talking to different academia scientists who join our project, generals of the world's generals for peace, so they'd like to share their findings, their developments to prevent this terror. An example of the pandemic, and now a dozen of the scientists, well-known scientists, actually prove that this is an artificially made disease to create chaos in the world. On the one hand, it's bad, but on the other hand, chaos is an evolution taking place on the planet. You may have heard that there is such a term, the Earth vibration. I'd like to take a few other minutes to tell you why it's important. Vibrations of the Earth within a number of years, starting from 2000 to 2017, actually increased to 36 hertz. Before, in centuries, thousands of years, the Earth was sleeping, but now there is this skyrocket growth in the vibrations of the Earth. And each person, each human being is full of energy. And the planets of human beings are not interrelated but interact with each other and are viewed as one common being. And in this regard, I'd like to tell you that our vibrations in human beings increase as well. Because of grievance, because of some scares. So when you are irritated, 0.6 hertz, when you are too proud, 0.8 hertz, and when our vibrations go up, they go actually, when you are in harmony with your surrounding, and Andrei Havratov actually made the evolution of the world, when you feel mercy, an increase is 125 hertz. And most important is love. Love to the universe, 205 hertz. And then you may ask me a question. Why are you talking about the vibrations of a human being and the universe? I'm saying this in case there is a balance, then we are destined to success. Before, actually, when the material and the spiritual were enemies, actually, they it was a natural state because on the planet, low vibrations dominated. But do you realize, in case they increase, what will happen? Now, at present, so these vibrations of these greedy people, and their time is over. The universe increases its vibrations, and the rule of games called life and the older methods do not match. Did you watch it? I said this in one of the videos, but maybe you didn't actually watch it because not everyone is engaged in self-development, in self-growth. And Andrei Havratov always instructs you, tell to your beloved, I loved you, I love myself, I love our planet, I love our nature, I love our planet, because love increases vibrations. Teresa Mother said, to overcome grievance and evil, we need love and mercy. And in my short speech, I tried actually to say that the time has come for us, dear friends, and only those people will become successful, will be abundant, will be well off, will be health, who manage to increase their vibration level. And it is possible only through love. It's possible only through the relations, good, kind relations between mankind. And this is actually the team which is being shaped here in the new program. And I'd like to say gratitude to Mara from Italy, the head of the ethics department. I call her as my sister. She allowed me to do it because actually we spent a lot of time together with her to make a video in Italian, a call to the people on the planet Earth. And I'd like to show you a picture of our spaceman. He is the hero of Russia and he carries our flag. Not all the NGO, and actually almost no NGO, managed to send, or companies managed to send their flags to the space. But we did it. Why? Because there is belief, there is a goal we pursue. And a few other, so I've actually shared some pictures, and this is a picture of myself with the Minister of Defense. He is the hero of the Soviet Union of Mongolia. He is a spaceman who welcomed us in Mongolia, and he was encouraged to accept our idea to join for the sake of the peace on this world, in this world. And this is a flag presented by spaceman Sharipov after the trip to outer space, the hero of the Russian Federation, of Kyrgyzstan, of Uzbekistan, and a hero of our organization. He brought this flag. And many people actually said it won't be possible. No one will do it because the value of the trip of the flag to the outer space is 60,000 euro. Where can we get this amount? But I said with confidence that it will be in the space. And therefore, please, I encourage you to set ambitious goals, ambitious dreams, big dreams, like our organization together with Andrei Havratov. We set these goals when we signed an agreement, our first meeting in Moscow, where we both realized that only by uniting our efforts, we will get successes and victories only when we are together. And actually, in the end of my speech, in conclusion, I'd like to tell you the following. Dear friends, this is the time we are to open national sections. Today, India, in a short interview at your webinar, at your webinar, you heard that India has almost finalized the preparation for the national section. Actually, I thought that we would congratulate this country, but from the Ministry of Justice, I received a package of documents as a confirmation that the Ministry of Justice approved the title of the national section, which is called National Section India. And this is like an authorization for the registration of this section in India. And I'm hopeful that quite soon it will be there. And quite soon you will see that the speed will grow up. And with incredible victories, we will progress forward to change the situation as our time has come. Thanks a lot for your attention. And I believe that quite soon our association will run our own webinars separately, and we will train the people how to reach the level of vibration which will make all the participants of the new program sound, healthy, and wealthy. And once again, my thanks to our leader, Andrei Havratov, for this chance to speak in front of you, dear friends. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anatoly Skargin, the General of Peace. And dear friends, I call upon you. In the association, there are videos translated in 4 languages: English, Italian, Spanish, and German. If you are not indifferent to this movement for peace, I'd like to encourage you to share this video now, and everyone willing to join this association, we have the website of the association. You can sign up, become a volunteer, and not only, you can become a peacekeeper actually, and actively promote these ideals. There are the special ranks from a lieutenant to the general, and I'm really excited to get my general's title in India, because my mom used to say that she dreams that one day I will become the general. And look, at that time I became the folk or the general. And afterwards, I said to my mom, you may congratulate me, I have become the general. And if you are not indifferent, and this topic is really relevant, we see what is going on around the world. So the white powers combat against black powers, the war of multimillionaires against the financial emperors, trillionaires, to start the war around the world. And you see that it's done. It happens in sports. There is some unrests or some popular republics in India. 2 weeks ago, actually, they almost avoided the war. And therefore, a lot depends on us, on common people, not only the new economic evolution of the world, because new is impossible without the peace in the world. Therefore, please join the troops of the volunteers, the generals of the association, World Generals for Peace. And we are moving on. There are another few slides left. I will do my best to finalize. So new is the people's project of the 21st century in the 3rd millennium. So let's look at the history. In 2007, I watched the first movie. If you are interested, it is in my YouTube channel called Andrei Havratov, The Course of Time. Then in 2009, The Spirit of Time, number 2, and then number 3. And then actually in 2009, when I watched The Spirit of Time, number 2, in almost 6 months, 1 billion watchers of this movie. And The Spirit of Time, number 3, is over 1 billion. And Jacques Fresca toured around with the program around the globe. And then I realized and understood that this concerns everyone. I personally became a follower, and I encouraged my friends to support the project because this is what common people need. And you as a concept actually emerged after I watched the movie The Spirit of Time in 2007. Back then, I was in India, New Delhi, Mumbai, Goa, and there I watched this movie and decided I need to do something. And as regards the real promotion of the new program, I started on the 15th of September 2011. I launched the Academy of Private Investor, and in actually 3 years, we managed to have over 100,000 students, and the sales at that time in 3 years was 1.5 million US dollars. And the personal portfolio which I built was over 1 million USD, mainly stock and foreign currency markets, and with a short portion of real estate. Starting from the 1st of October 2014, we, as the API clients, provided support to innovative technologies, and the number of users became over 495 users, and from 75 countries, over 300 leaders, and the sales is of over 130 million. API portfolio was over 12 million units, and the where we participated: stock, foreign currency, cryptocurrency markets, real estate, equity participation, venture markets. And when on the 30th of March, we launched the Crypto Unit program on blockchain technologies, crypto economy, crowdfunding, and crowd investing, sales market expansion. So the number of users became 1.4 million in 175 countries. Courses and trainings have been translated into 10 languages. As Anatoly said, today this webinar is translated into 9 languages. The sales is over 170 million. The portfolio invested in the portfolio was over 60 million. So why the figures are different? Because I prepared these slides on Monday, whereas Valentin made his slides a bit later, and he has the updated figures. So the investment actually, so the value of our portfolio is over 400 million. And the main asset is our people. In 1 year, we have reached 71 presidents. We have 431 top managers, whether before we had 10 top managers. And to the network, we paid out 107,100,000 units. And profit bonus is almost 1 million, and altogether in total we paid out over 125 million units over 1 year. Dear friends, a lot of corporations do not pay out so much. Why I'm saying this? Look what has happened over the last 5 years. So next year, the Academy will celebrate its 10th anniversary, and we are preparing the entrance to a new market, the stock market of the Academy of Private Investor. We have all the chances to do it with the high capitalization of the Academy, and in the portfolio, their education is the first segment for investment. And in 6 years, from 2014 to 2020, we increased in the number of users. We increased in 6 years by 1,958%. This is a skyrocket indicator in the number of users. So Facebook and Contact, because of being very new, they grow very fast. But to grow to such an extent in 6 years, only few companies can do it. So per year, it makes up 326% and 27% per month in the number of users. In sales, actually, sales gain in 6 years is 19,000%. On average per year, 316%, and the average monthly increase is 276. And as regards the portfolio growth rate, so here I mean that starting from the 1st of October 2014 to the 30th of March 2020, our portfolio was full of profits. I could actually distribute among the leaders and actually live calmly, but we reinvested these profits into the assets, and all SWIG clients, they will get a part of crypto units before we enter the stock exchange with our security token. Dear friends, a broker makes some commission and puts it in his pocket, but this is our common portfolio and we share this with the people. When we launched the crypto unit program, we didn't start this business as beggars, because Maria already told you about the competitors who copied us. But look, they are financially illiterate, because I saw the way they manage their money, and these people may not have any growth unless they get some additional education. But unfortunately, when they get much more money than they value, quite often they become, or they fall very low. They may lose their heads. And I've seen it many times. But as regards our needs, our plans, I've been dreaming of ambitious plans, because when you have a house, when you have an apartment, a lot of cars, when you have some steamboats, some ships, but what can you do to give some value and contribution to the community? And the objective of new program, this is an important thing to understand, to realize your potential as a personality and to make your contribution to the development of the community, of the society, because the planet develops. As regards the portfolio volume, the portfolio gain is over 22,000% in 6 years. On average, a year, it is 3,794%, whereas on average a month, it is over 300%. And daily, the growth is over 10%. And those people who blame us to be a scam, a pyramid, because of bad management, because people entrust money to some companies say they wanted to invest in us, but actually when we made the due diligence of these companies, why we have blockchain now, everything will be seen on blockchain. It will be transparent and fair. And when the foundation of 11 years experience provides me financial statements, so actually they manage one instrument, but they'd like to invest in something else. So I have some doubts whether they can manage it or not. And in case they will lose all the money, and traders will lose all the money, so because, and they are to feel responsible. In January, actually one trader managed by our former financial director Igor Romanenko actually made a mistake and lost almost 1.5 million USD. It almost didn't impact us because another instrument went up, and we have the diversification of risks. And this is what we train you in. and this is a good indicator of who we are. And please understand, whenever today we receive some propositions, we are to assess them. And in the academy, we train you how to assess these proposals. Some guys say, we would do it better than you can do it. And they try actually to fight with the eggs, trying to convince who is better. And then I tell them, look, we will come back to this talk 6 months after. These are our results starting from 2011. These are our results and performance starting from 2014. And you are co-owners of all this business. So I don't have 51% of the stake in the company. I have a small share only. All the rest is retained to the people. So for the company, we retain 10 billion tokens for the liquidity, for the speculators and traders not to trade aggressively in the market in it. And this is our performance, dear friends. Whenever someone says something to you, you are not starting as a beggar. You are actually in 5 years, starting from 2014 to the 30th of March 2019, we had the portfolio value of 12 million, and we invested in different segments, including innovative Skyway technologies, and we generated profits in our portfolio, and we meet our promises given to people. They get the bonuses, they are co-owners, and the profits generated by us actually, which is on the 30th of March 2019, cost 12 million units. Who can actually boast of this? You will not find any other company in the world. Please pressure and value where you are and what we jointly create. Many people may not understand it fully, and there are even leaders in the Global Leadership Council who may not understand it fully because they invest into something else with the excuse that we train you to diversify. If today, for the sake of diversification, you invest in a company which is scam or a pyramid, it's not the risk diversification. So this is bullshit. Look, you waste your money instead of reinvesting it into more development. All the businesses I developed and ran in my business, there were successes and failures. But look, today I get my MBA. I'm training for MBA, and overnight I worked hard and was sleepless. And I took note of one phrase, one statement about the losses. I wrote it down. I can't find it now, sorry guys. But the idea of this phrase is you are to learn your lessons, not on successes, but on your failures. When everything is fine, you don't see the full picture. But as soon as you are smashed by your life, as soon as you are smashed by your problems, then you generate internal leadership traits. And guys, this is our performance. And in case today there is someone willing to diversify his risks, then do it in a way you don't lose your money. But look, there are a lot of programs which today are proposed in the crypto unit segment. Or then first of all, I assess the managers. They are lazy guys. They make some money, create some software, or they are in some brokerage market and they show their performance for the last 6 months. And these are those things in one instrument. It is 1995. Then I invested in different companies, believing that they are great, but look, they wasted my money. They actually rubbished my money. But when they wasted my money, we as investors lost the money, whereas the managers became even richer. It was unclear. I still don't understand this. And after the establishment of the Academy of Private Investor, it's important for a person to generate the appropriate investment mindset. And this is the reason I'm showing this performance. And quite recently, I told one guy, you don't realize your luck that you are with us and you have almost 500,000 CIU points that quite soon will turn into security tokens, and what will happen after, you cannot even imagine. You are a lucky being. This
So
is the
this is the
first.
first thing you need to understand, like my message to you. You need to understand the motivation behind our actions over the last 9, 5, and 1 year. Now let's move on to the next slide. We'll show you what we'd like to do, why we are one of the best and commercially viable communities in the world. I don't think any other company can show such an incredible growth in 6 or 9 years. And the Academy of a Private Investor is 9 years old this year. We have a team of professionals, leaders. They are Master Profi graduates. We have like Amway and Herbalife leaders, but in multi-level crowd investing. All our leaders and top leaders, and we have almost 20,000 of them are practitioners with more than 20 years of experience in MLM business and investment business. We are pioneers in multi-level crowd investing, showing high performance. So that's what I wanted to tell you, is that you have physical business and online business. And people can say that internet business is worth 3 years of physical business, conventional business, like down to earth business. For example, you have your physical outlet, you have some website to support that physical outlet. But if you are doing online business, 1 year is worth 3 or even 5 years of the physical business, conventional business. But if you are in the crypto market, then 1 month of a crypto market engagement is equal to 2-3 years in online business. That's why we moved on to the crypto market, because the pace is insane here. Every day, developers develop something new. That's why we have this incredible growth, because now we have an additional team of IT guys who are in our team, and they now added the crypto component to it. And I can guarantee you 1,000% that now we're too far ahead for anyone to catch up with us, because people might say Havratov is a dinosaur, he's doing things that are obsolete. Guys, we have proof that they are wrong. And before the STO, we will have the company appraisal done by the companies, by the top 5 appraisal company. And the appraisal of our company, I think, will be quite expensive, and the outcome will be a very high figure. Let's take Basalt Technologies alone. They are now already preparing their first batch for delivery. And recently they sent me a video from China. It's a diamond production equipment. This equipment can grow, literally grow, a 2-carat a diamond in 2-3 days. Today, our partners in the movie making industry, also their work is in full swing despite the lockdown. They still have shooting studios when they can shoot the necessary scenes from the movie. Also, we have Ural Gold, and we also signed a document for the transfer of shares. Now we are fully fledged stockholders. And when they receive 2.4 million more, we will be 50% stock owners. Literally 2 weeks ago, they called me from Ghana. They are again back on track. We are sending our representative over there. We will double check it all again. all the land inspection, etc. We had a standstill, but now we are, collecting this puzzle piece by piece. Now we had to shut down a restaurant in Belarus. There was some unpleasant situation over there, but other restaurants are now have broken even and now are starting yielding a profit. The newly opened restaurants, I mean. So gradually we resumed our growth after the lockdown, and you'll see it on the next slide too. Now we have very ambitious plans by the end of this year, 2020, to have more than 10 million users and over 1 million entrepreneurs with the sales volume of over 1 billion USDU. That's our stablecoin, and to generate profits from the portfolio value at 1-2% per month. This is our ambitious plans. When I talk to people like cool managers, and when I mention trillions to them, we had a partner like this. He didn't even, the biggest capitalization he ever witnessed was 10 billion. After we talked to him, his capitalization became, future capitalization became 100 billion. And then he said, let's make it times 100 and it will be 10 trillion. And I realized something wrong here. But again, you see, I affect people and I expand their outlook. They start thinking and dreaming big. People who know me, they tell me, Andrei, before I met you, I thought I was okay. I thought I was rich. I thought I made lots of money. But after I talked to you, after I met you, I realized how poor I was compared to the plans that you are, Andrei, building. And our plans for 2021, 2022 is to create a client base of 1 billion to 3 billion people. And we have a clear-cut plan how to do it. We'll do it with the data mining and the digital doubles. We are going to have over 10 billion entrepreneurs with the sales volume of 1 to 3 billion USDU per day, which makes 30 to 90 billion per month, and 330 billion to 1 trillion per year. We're also going to create a portfolio worth over 10 billion units, of which 25% will be liquid assets with the monthly average yield of 2% per month. And by 2024, 2030, I have this time span, by until 2030 to have the sales volume of over 10 trillion with more than 8 trillion worth of assets in our portfolio with the investment value of over 100 trillion USD. This is our ambitious plans. I mentioned them a long time ago, I think even 3 years ago for the first time, with the yield of 5 to 10% per month. Our client base is going to be 4 to 5 billion, and the volume of sales of consumer goods on average will be from 5 to 10 billion USDU per day, which makes 150, 300 billion USDU per month, and which makes 1.8, 3.6 trillion per year. And the estimated value of such business will be from 30 to 100 trillion USDU. Why I'm saying this particular figure? Alibaba company last year showed, I think, $450 billion sales, and the capitalization of the company was around 600 or 800 billion. And the second company, it wasn't Alibaba, it was Amazon. Their capitalization was more than 1 trillion with the sales volume lower than Alibaba. You see, when you go and look at these things, so you need to understand why they have this capitalization growth. And the capitalization, the term capitalization, the way they use it in the conventional meaning, does not entirely correctly reflect the actual value of the company. They, in my opinion, and those who graduated and are students of the Academy of a Private Investor know that we have a different methods of assessing the capitalization, and we will assess the capitalization in our own way. We're creating our own ecosystem here. We have lots of products right now, both in terms of sales and investing. So when I talk to people like network marketers who say, I want to become a billionaire, etc. And I tell them, look, this is your 5-year plan to become a billionaire. And when they start, responding to me, I realize that this is too small a fish to fry. They are swimming too shallow. They cannot think big. They cannot dream big. And this is the prerequisite for becoming a billionaire. So if you are in this company and if we dream big, you will be dreaming big as well. So if you want to build a company with dwarfish mindset, your company will be a dwarf, financial dwarf. And if you want to build a company of giants, then you need giant thinking people. And if they still don't want to have more or much, after talking to our leaders, they will have much. So there are no other companies showing similar ambitions that we have. So dear friends, what we're doing now, what we would be doing tomorrow and the day after, and in the next 10 years, this is the goal behind it is to create the new economic evolution of the world. To make sure that we have the equal distribution of wealth across the world. And as General Skargin said, we don't want to be competitors to governments or big financial corporations. We want to be helpers. We would like to stimulate the economy, both sales and purchases. So now I would like to, can we bring on the next slide here? So here we have the statistics, why people come to us. So when we ran the statistics, and could you please go back to the previous slide? Yeah, in the Russian room, I mean. So people come to us, 35-40%, they come because of the new economic evolution of the world. Can you imagine? The second reason is the global investment portfolio. The third reason is education. And the fourth is the multi-level crowd investing business. 35-40% come to us because of new. This is our goal. World peace, wealth, prosperity, evolution, development. Those are the areas that we suggest people follow. We suggest they take their lives in their hands. And if somewhere they have riots or wars, we need to do our best to put an end to it, or to make it so that we can avoid it. Unless we do it, there will be some dark forces that will join in, and then the only thing you will care about is survival. And that's what the dark forces want us to be. The state they want us to be, state of survival. And we need to do our best not to allow them to bring us down to this low level. So let's move on to the next slide. And as you can see, towards our common success, and you might have, climbed mountains, and, you climb the mountain and you see the peak, you see the apex, and then you climb that peak and you see that there is a higher mountain over there with a higher peak. Did you ever climb a mountain? Give me a plus in the chat, and if you ever experienced such a situation. When you conquered a mountain and then you see that there was another higher than the one you conquered. So guys, always on the path towards personal and company success, there will be a higher peak, a higher mountain. But to get to that higher mountain, you need to first get down and then climb another mountain, go up again. And there will be let's call them passengers, who might think that you reached the final destination, but they don't see the full picture. They don't know that you have another destination in mind. But if we climb a smaller mountain, at least we can see better a higher mountain. That's why we need to climb even small mountains before we go to higher mountains. There will always be ups and downs, but we need to keep our eyes on our vital goal and use milestones. And we won't even notice all those ups and downs. Success is not a one-time thing. It's not just a one-off action. It's movement, continuous movement. It's not like you came to be successful, or if you tell yourself, I'll work I work real hard right now, and then I will chill the rest of my life. No, that's not how it works. Once successful, you will always be successful if you reach that true success. And I want always to understand that there will be ups and downs. And when you go down, there will be people who will leave you, people who will abandon you. But on the way, you pick up experience, you pick up knowledge, and the next time you climb another mountain, all that knowledge, all that experience will push you towards that new height. It will serve you as a springboard. And for that, we need to assume ownership, responsibility for our own life, our own family, for the city you live in, for the region you live in, for the country you live in. Because we are the people living here, and we need to take ownership not only of your entire area, surrounding area, but of the entire planet. You might have heard that tomorrow is the last day of the corridor of eclipses. We call it Mercury in St. Petersburg. But it was really a difficult period. On the 5th of July, we had a full moon and we had a lunar eclipse, and then we had a new moon with a solar eclipse. And we now will have a parade of planets, lineup of planets. And usually during the astronomical events like this, wars and cataclysms happened. But I think the bright side won over the dark side, and it won't bring about cataclysms. I suggest today, before going to sleep, you meditate or you pray. And if we do it all together, if we pray for the world peace, I'm sure the forces of light will win. And they will help us in implementing all of our plans, because a company cannot consist of one person. It cannot be a one-man army. You cannot build a solid organization consisting of one person. You cannot build a country consisting of one person. A company, an organization, is an agglomeration, is a unity of people who are ready to take ownership or responsibility they are capable of delivering. But you need to take ownership, because the instruments that we're going to roll out in July, in September, in August, in September, all of them are intended for you to make even more money and for us to generate even higher profit bonuses, because there will be a lot of instruments which will help us receive quite a lot of profits, quite high profits, and we can use it to affect the world surrounding us. So guys, take the ownership, take the responsibility. And I would like to tell you a parable, a story. You might have heard it on numerous occasions. It's about a wise man and about a teacher and the students. And the students thought he was wiser than his teacher. Okay? So once upon a time, there was a wise man somewhere in the East. And once a year, people came to this wise man. And he had a student who thought he was wiser than his teacher. And that student prayed for the day when everyone would see that he is wiser than his teacher. And then a day has come when all the people came to that wise man, and he answered their questions. And then the student decided to ask this question to his teacher. This question. What he did, he caught a bird and he put it in his arms, and he said, "Oh, teacher, in my hand I have a bird. Do you think it's dead or alive?" And he thought, if he says alive, I will crush it and it will be dead. But if he says it's dead, I will let it go and everyone will see that the bird is alive, and then I'm wiser than my master. But the master was so wise that he looked into the eyes of his students and he said, "It's up to you whether the bird will live or die." So, dear friends, the top management, the presidential council of the company, does its best for you to prosper and for the company to prosper and for all our partners to cheer every day. And we have picked up pace in many projects that we're implementing, but it's up to you. The future depends on you. Depends on your intentions, on your wishes, on your goals, not on our leaders, not on me, on you. Take the ownership, take the responsibility, be wise, be reasonable, stay strong, never fall prey to panic. Always be on high energy levels. Listen to meditation, meditate. Today is a very good day to make a 10-year plan. And rewatch this video. Take a look at our ambitious plans. Take a screenshot. See what we're going for. Imagine who you're going to talk to, who you're going to work with, who you're going to live with in the next 10 years. Okay, dear friends, this was Andrei Khavratov. All the best. And we'll meet on the 11th of July. We will make it sure that both our Australian and New Zealanders will have it convenient for them to have this closed meeting as well. What we're going to do, we are going to hold a closed meeting at 10 a.m. Moscow time. It will be evening in New Zealand. And then we'll do it at 8 p.m. Moscow time. And it will be around 10 a.m. in Americas, in Colombia, or somewhere in the western coast of the United States. And then it will be quite convenient time in New York as well. And so all other webinars with the members of the Presidential and Leadership Council will be held twice because, the United States are now in the top 3, and we need to meet our partners from the United States halfway as well, where we need to stimulate their growth even more. Therefore, that's why we'll have 2 meetings on Saturday in future. Guys, I know you have questions, so what I would like you to do is to write your questions in the dedicated sections, and we will collect them together and we will address those questions. Tomorrow is a very good day. We'll have a full moon and we'll have a lunar eclipse, and try to use that event to delete everything negative in your part and think only about the positive in the future. Bye-bye. A very interesting part I enjoyed a lot, and I would like to recap today's session. As you remember, we started with exciting news when we talked about data mining. We talked about the genius of finance.
We presented to you, introduced to you the ethics department with its program, followed up by Maria Antonenko, who actually updated you about blockchain project. Dragos and Denise actually presented the project called UGAIN, and then Andrew Hawkes shared the latest news on the back office. Valentin Sokolnikov presented the latest figures identifying our performance last month. And then in the end, we talked about the new program and our special guest, Anatoly Skargin. Dear friends, guys, the hours spent together with us, I hope that it was worth it and you learned a lot of useful information. And at this point, I'd like to close our webinar and invite you to meet us at the next meeting on the 11th of July 2020 at 3 p.m. Moscow time. It will be the meeting for the members of the VIP club of the Crypto Unit program. And I do hope that next week we will be even more in numbers. Thank you very much for your time and be blessed.